No.
Double it. Maybe that's lag.
I
Or no, cut it in half.
It's just always strange when you get a follow when you're not live. But it's at 9. You know what I mean? So it's like somebody knew.
I have a sneaking suspicion I know who it is, but
Well, if you're there, we are live now. If you're there, Jesse, thank you for the follow. Okay, we're gonna give J Bob a minute. Vorm, did you get my DM perchance?
I saw it that it was there, and I thought it was just one of those, hey, get the fuck in the server.
No, you have a specific task in front of you.
Okay, yep, give me a minute. Right. So I feel that I've been betraying Hero Forge here lately. I've only logged into it twice within the last month.
Wow, I assumed it was.
I feel dirty. It is one of my homepages, but like I haven't logged in and messed with it very much.
You know what I don't feel guilty about?
Doing the same thing?
No, I googled, well, I guess I binged Firefox on my new laptop, and Microsoft Edge is like, there's no need to download a new web browser. I was like, yes, there fucking is.
Yes, yes, there is.
What are you doing? Deleting you.
Deleting you. Exactly.
Yeah, no,
installing a new web browser, deleting you, and installing all my programs on the safe web browser.
Right. Yeah, no, I tried going and deleting Edge off my system. It won't let me.
It probably won't let me either, because you're on Windows 10, right?
Yes,
or
I am still. 11 now? No, okay. I'm still on 10, because fuck 11.
Yeah, I agree, fuck 11, but, like, I really don't want to deal with the bullshit that I will have to encounter by installing Windows 10 on my laptop.
Oh, yeah.
Because I imagine the OEM manufacturer wouldn't be a fan of that.
No, I don't imagine so, no. Let's see, come on, will you work?
Well, thanks for the privacy notice, Firefox. I'm glad you actually fucking care about me, because you're an open source web browser. Whoa.
What? What?
Whoa.
An internet that cares?
Whoa. It's almost like this company cares about me because they're not a fucking company. Time to install all my add-ons.
Nope, that was the wrong version. Give me a minute, Alice. I'll find it.
Yeah, no rush.
uBlog. Is there even a point in me clicking the button that says allow this add-on to be used in private windows? I don't open private windows. I have no shame.
I don't.
Probably not.
I don't think so.
Yo, who uses private windows in like the year 2022?
Hello.
Sorry.
Hi.
Fox.
Sorry about that. Lost track of time.
No problemo.
Probably people with shame, like.
Yo, I mean, like, if you have shame, just like clear the web browser history.
They don't know how to do that.
Or like, I don't know, maybe don't look up things that might be shameful. If you think it might be shameful, just don't Google it.
I mean, I only use incognito tabs when I'm trying to look up things that I don't know that I feel like I should know. because I feel embarrassed that if somebody looks up my internet browser history, they're going to be like, "What an idiot! I can't believe he didn't know what 8 times 7 was off the top of his head."
Or like, I can't believe he doesn't know how old the Statue of Liberty is.
So yeah,
I have
or like
Guys,
things
guys,
that are
guys,
related to
guys,
things
shit.
I should know, like
I have
for
no fucking
music.
shame then.
I'm gonna hazard a guess 56, and I 1800. I don't fucking know.
I have no fucking shame
I
then.
use it when I'm looking up like music things that I should definitely know. Like sometimes I forget how many flats are in the key of E flat minor. I'm like, shit, I should know this, or I need to look up how to transpose things because I'm not good at it.
Yo,
So
I'm
like,
trans
oops.
and I can pose. I can do that.
Cake. I saw a meme that made me think of you, where it was like, isn't F sharp the same as G flat? And it said, well, yes, but actually, no. I said, Cake will understand that.
Yeah, I mean it's
You
the
can
same.
understand that because I don't.
I do.
I mean, it's the same key on
It's-
a piano, but
So it's yeah, exactly. It's because it's the same key on the piano, but technically one of them is using flats and the other one is using sharps, and that changes the pitch.
Yeah.
And they're technically not even, if you're talking about the actual keys, they're completely different from each other.
Right.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I have no idea what kind of English that was, but I don't understand it.
It's okay. Music is its own language. Ooh. I don't know why I did that.
I don't know.
I was gonna say, I'm like,
I thought about it and I'm like, well, it's because I always feel like whenever I say that, people like roll their eyes. They're like, lame. Because I've used it in a lot of like explanations about like my teaching style. Because I mean, in its own way, music is a language of its own. Like, there's so much to understand about it.
Yeah. Did you see? There's a video of is it Jacob Collier? And he's with Herbie
Yes.
Hancock.
I have seen the Hancock and Jacob
Yeah.
Collier. Jacob Collier has a lot of really good content. I like
Yeah.
looking at his stuff.
Yeah. If I want to feel really dumb, I watch some of his videos, and I'm like, oh. But
I would suggest two people to watch. One of them is he stopped producing a lot of music, but you should listen to Insane in the Rain. It's like this really talented musician who plays a lot of different instruments. He is also a composer, and he composed like a bunch of video game music, but into like big band and jazz arrangements, so they're really fun. Like he did an entire reversion of like the Pokemon Diamond and Pearl soundtrack series, which is wild.
I already approve of this.
It's very good. He has very good content.
Very cool. Yeah, it made me think about how it's like explain a concept in 5 levels, and just when it's him and Herbie Hancock, they're just speaking in music. They stop talking and just going back and forth with these complex ideas. Would you tell me okay, could you tell me the name of that insane? What was it again? I forgot to write it down.
Say again?
What was the name of the channel you recommended? Insane and the what was it?
I'm gonna just share it. I'm gonna share one of the videos.
Thanks.
That like I'll share like my favorite arrangement.
Cool.
How's everyone?
Good.
Been a shitty day, but we're done now.
I've been
I
yelling
worked
at
one
you,
day.
Lauren, for the last 3 days.
You have? I
Yes,
haven't
you really should read your messages more often. You sent me a message, but didn't fucking respond to anything I sent you.
I'm good about this sort of shit. What can I say? Oh.
See, I already explained my day to Ellis earlier, so I don't want to repeat it.
Yeah, I can sum up your day in one word: retail.
Yo, that's mine too.
Yeah, just
I'm glad I got out of that one.
yeah, a-holes everywhere.
Oh my god.
Is Justin back?
I don't think so.
Would you just notice the message, Morn?
Oh yeah.
I thought you might be interested in that one.
I will definitely check it out. Volume 11 even. Wait, is that the same series that that was dealing with the what were they, the fucking Titan or whatever?
The Dread Gods. With
Maybe.
the Path people.
Okay, yes, all right. Yeah, I'll have to I'll definitely have to check that out.
Best way I could explain it is the Path people.
In all fairness, that probably is about as accurate as I can get.
Ellis, can I borrow you for a sec in the Bone Zone?
The Bone Zone. 99.7, the Bone Zone. Yes. Hello.
Hey, so I just want to ask a question. So I know what we're fighting.
Ah, shush.
Well, yeah, I know. I'm not gonna say anything, but I mean, you sure that it has an aura?
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, well, I know, but this thing, like, I don't want to meta. So, and I don't know what it does, but I do remember this fucky. So, like, I just want to ask: is it something that, like, if Ren was in the range of the aura, he would be aware that something is wrong? Just because, like, I don't want to meta. But like if he's close to it and he can feel something is off, he might back off. But if it's not something he would notice, I wouldn't back off in combat.
Well, I mean, we are in. Let me say this. So we're in. We're in initiative, right?
Yeah.
So certainly. I mean, there's a saving throw, but I don't know
Okay,
I don't know that you would be alerted to danger immediately.
Okay, I just didn't know if like there's like a constant effect from him that like a light or a sound or anything like that that would be noticeable. It's just like I said, I didn't want to meta.
Yeah. Yeah, I got you. What the fuck with Justin? He was just here, and his internet died as the session
I guess
began.
when he just posted the Wi-Fi's down, but the Wi-Fi's back up, but the Ethernet is down.
I don't know what to do with that.
All right, so if Ren's in the range, he wouldn't be aware of it right away.
I don't think so.
Okay, no, yeah, because I said I didn't want to meta, so that's all I wanted to know. All right.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah, sure. Cool.
Passed it.
I think it's book 12 or 13, yeah.
The Bone Zone.
Nice.
We're ready for D&D then?
Yeah, I think I'll give Justin one more minute. I don't know. Internet problems, but
My bad. I didn't know I didn't know he was still gone.
I don't
I
understand
think
why.
I might have that same problem. I've had it before.
Which one?
I feel like I would unplug my.
Him being connected to the internet, like it says that it's connected, but there's no connection at all.
Yeah. That's an IP issue, isn't it?
It could be
Yeah.
a DNS issue.
I
It could
get
be a
that
MAC
lot.
address issue. It could be a lot of things.
Yeah.
Did he try restarting? I mean, I know it's the dumb kind of, hey, did you do this sort of thing, or the first thing on the totem pole, so to speak, or whatever. But
I will be right back.
There,
Alright.
I asked the question.
Also, Ellis, I sent in 2 arrangements. The second one is a lot more fun because it's like an entire video game medley that's like played in a giant big band, so it's like really cool to listen to. Plus, it has like the entire score and like commentary, so if you wanted to like watch it all go by, that's there as well.
Nice.
I think they took the original version down, so I'm like, this is the best I have.
Got it. I'll definitely check that out.
Yes, install League of Legends on it.
You're gonna be like, are you sure? Like, no, really, are you sure you want to install this? Like, are you really sure?
He doesn't. He has a desktop in the year 2022. You think his motherboard has a wireless fucking thing on it? You gotta buy those separately nowadays.
My computer does.
My motherboard had it built in.
Mine didn't.
Yeah.
I think you can just buy them from like Amazon for
Of course.
$24.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's something like that. They're
PCIe.
cheap. Yeah, you put them into PCIe 1.0.
you're talking for like a wireless card or whatever.
Yeah, for a Wi-Fi adapter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
See, I never used to have one until I got this computer, so I figured nowadays it was the standard to have them on there.
It's actually like pretty far from the standard. I mean, in reality, it was kind of never the standard.
It probably should have been, but it never was.
Well, if wireless connections, like if Wi-Fi did not suck ass, it would probably be a good thing for it to be the standard. But Wi-Fi sucks ass, so
Well, I mean, yeah.
I think the only thing I like about Windows 11 is that the animations are very smooth. But it still feels like I'm using a Mac that can play video games.
Yes.
Oh, you're talking Windows 11?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can see that.
Oh my god, that's really cool. I honestly didn't even know this, but the Final Fantasy XIV installer, when you install the client, will automatically delete the installer when it's done, when you log into it.
Well, that's good.
Alright, and the first thing I'm signing into is Spotify, of course, because for some reason Spotify doesn't have two-factor authentication.
Whew. Mm-hmm. Well, while we were waiting, I wrote the recap.
Woo!
Thanks, I felt so alone.
What's that?
I said thanks, I felt so alone.
Oh.
So are you gonna start your hour and a half long recap, or are we gonna
Yeah.
go and?
Yeah, I mean, I just asked Justin, like, does he want us to wait, start, or do like reschedule the session? Like, I don't know what to do here. I know it sucks. but-
Guys, today is a sad day.
What happened today?
Well, so I use like Reaper to like the program, the audio, the digital
Yeah.
audio workstation Reaper. Yeah. For my microphone.
Mhm.
And if you, Vorm, you probably know, Reaper is like one of those programs that like it's kind of like WinRAR where it says like you have to pay for it after like 60 days or whatever.
Yup.
With Reaper, it's 60. Obviously, WinRAR is the infinite 30-day free trial. But they're both nagware.
Oh god,
but-
yeah.
But Reaper, every single time you open it, will remind you like how long you've been using the program. So, for me, obviously, on my computer, like my desktop, it's like, oh yeah, you've been using this for like 1,500 days, and you haven't paid for it. But now that I have a new computer, it's reset, and now I'm sad.
Well, you know what that means. You just gotta catch up.
Dude, just gotta catch up. Goodbye, Edge. Fuck you, Microsoft Edge.
Leg.
Yes.
You're gonna be disappointed in me.
Do you use Microsoft Edge?
On my work computer, I can't install programs, so I only have Chrome and Edge, and I've been using Edge for certain things, and I don't hate it.
I mean, I understand why you don't hate it. It's like a lot better than it's been in the past.
Oh, no, Ellis, I don't think we can be
and-
friends anymore.
And arguably, Edge is better than Chrome.
I mean, it's not like it's Internet Explorer.
Yeah, I mean that's literally like
Yeah.
I can't install other
It's
browsers.
the Internet Exploder. Stop or pronouncing it wrong.
But you know what I do is when I was in college is because you can't install anything on those computers. But we used to use Xfire for that for gamers that kind of replaced like AIM and shit.
Yeah.
Right.
So what I did is I installed it on a flash drive. I would just plug in the flash drive and I could launch it on the school computer.
Yo, I did a similar thing to my school's computers, right? Because my school's computers, like in middle school and high school, obviously, in middle school they ran Windows 7, and then in high school they were Windows 10 computers. So obviously, I knew anything I'd be able to fit onto a flash drive I had would be able to run on those computers. So what I would do is you couldn't install programs, but I could just copy paste the files onto all the computers, or drop them into the public. I could drop them into the public drive, from the public account, right?
Yep.
So I dropped Halo 2 into the public folder. So every single time we went to the computer lab, we just played Halo 2, and we'd get in trouble every time.
Nice.
Now, if only I had known about Guild Wars then.
Oh shit!
Oh god, yeah.
No, it's another event. I got an AFK. So just because it looks like I'm playing Guild Wars, I'm not actually playing Guild Wars.
I'll be right back. I gotta go do some dishes real quick.
All right.
Dishes?
Gotta get done.
Okay.
Said dishes, and all I could think of was the one peasant from Dracula Dead Loving It going, Sejules?
Uh-huh.
Completely confused.
Raspberries? We're not serving raspberries.
I love that movie.
Me too.
You like the link I shared earlier, Alice?
Very much. Yes. I liked there was a comment that said the older I get, the more this song speaks to me.
Yep, it does.
Anyone play any good games lately?
I'm just playing Ark.
God, that's like, dude, I play League of Legends, and like, I'm gonna tell you, that's the furthest, and that's almost the furthest thing from a good game. And then you said that.
I've been I
I'm
was
an addict, alright? Leave me alone.
I was just getting started in Titanfall 2's campaign. I bought the game when
Yo.
it was on Steam.
Fucking finally.
I haven't played, but I
Very
watched. I watched a playthrough of it. It looks sick.
I mean, I've been playing Guild Wars a little bit, more Final Fantasy, more League of Legends. I did start finally playing Potion Craft. That game is fun.
Oceancraft?
It's a game about making potions.
Oh, you like that, Elaine?
Yeah, I got like baked out of my fucking mind and went and became an alchemist.
Right up your alley, Elaine.
Yeah.
So that's mostly what happens with most alchemists. They did something, lost their minds.
Yo, I'm already halfway there.
Yeah, that's when you get tonics and potions, right?
Hmm. That's when Dr. Barry shows up with the ether.
Yeah. Oh, no one ever asked what Octavian's potion would do that he bought in Pilgrimage.
Oh, that's right. What does it do?
It was gin, opium, and some herbs.
Damn.
Oh,
Like what actual old potions would have been in if magic actually exists.
snake oil.
I started Slay the Spire, which is pretty good.
Oh, I saw that. Yeah, that looked really good.
And then if you guys want to play with I've been playing with Cheryl. I've been playing It Takes Two. That game is fucking amazing.
Why do I think?
I've seen some gameplay for that one, and I think it was called A Way Out.
Yeah, that was their first one, which I'm intrigued. I wasn't interested in initially, but I'm a little intrigued by it now. But yeah, it's a 3D platformer, and it's strictly 2-player, but it's been amazing.
Well, with a name like It Takes Two,
Yeah.
I kind of hope that's a co-op.
Yeah, it is a lot of fun. And one thing's nice that they have
Holy shit!
like a friend
He's
pass.
here.
It's only one. Yeah.
I'm on
He
my phone.
lives.
Yeah, well, I'm on my phone right now. I don't know what to do right now. I can't actually fiddle with the router in my place, so I'm running over to like my uncle's part of the house, and I'm gonna go take a look at it. But from
Did
what
you
he's
turn it off and on again?
No, it's
three
like,
times.
Justin, trust me, it's like 100% not an issue with your router.
Okay, well then tell me this: why is my Wi-Fi stuff working, like my computer, my phone, and everything like that, but my Ethernet device, my computer, is not receiving a signal?
Yeah, it's not an issue with your router, dude. It's like, go flush your DNS, buddy.
Well, it would be the
How do I
router.
do that?
I don't fucking know, dude. I don't use Windows 10.
Google.
I have Windows
I've-
11.
I don't know how to do it on Windows 11 either. I've only done it on Linux.
Stack Overflow. Let me get into this.
Very helpful.
I'm sorry, I can tell you what to do, but not how to do it.
Okay, well, great. I'm gonna.
I'm like a manager, okay?
Flush DNS.
All right. At the bottom left,
yeah.
left corner, types command.
Yeah.
Start menu. Press enter. IP config / flush DNS
/
in the command prompt.
So hold on, do that again.
So bottom right corner, go into your search and type in CMD.
Okay, I got command prompt open.
All right, hit enter. You got it open. Good. IP config.
IP config. Enter.
Space. Nope. Space / flush DNS.
And
Then
it's
enter.
/, not the backslash.
Yeah.
Correct.
Correct.
Flush DNS.
All one word,
Okay.
and you should be good.
Okay. Did
It
that.
might take a little bit, but
Yeah.
should fix your issue.
Well,
I'm back.
let's see.
Hello. How
So-
how are
Welcome
your
back.
dishes?
Thank you.
So I could just close the thing here. Alright. Still not getting anything on my computer yet.
It's probably going to take a bit.
Yeah, it might take a few minutes.
It might take like 90 minutes or more.
Sounds like you haven't done it before, so it's going to take probably forever. Because it's got a lot to go through.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
I am going to leave, and I'm going to set up like my laptop shit, and I'm gonna play from that.
Okay, should I start with the thing, or should we? Are we waiting like 15 minutes?
I'm like leaving. I'm gonna dip out for a few minutes, but like if Justin gets his internet connection back by that point, start the recap without me and whatnot.
Okay.
trying
But I
not
will
to
be right
be
back.
difficult, but there's literally no other way I can do this. Like I could pop on my Chromebook, but like the microphone thing on my headset doesn't actually work. So
But talk through your
Alright, I'll be
your
back.
phone, but play through your Chromebook.
well, I'm at least
Basically,
gonna
what
go.
I'm doing.
Well, I'm gonna at least gonna go take a look at something real quick, just to make sure that I don't know, my uncle's not fucking with it anymore, and maybe by the time I come back, maybe it'll be working. But I'll figure something out. I'll
It's-
be back in a few minutes.
It's electronics. He's a guy. You know he's fucking with it. Come on.
Well, he knows that I know more about it than he does, so I just want to make sure he's not, doing anything.
But the only way to learn is to try.
Yeah. All right. Well, I'll be back in a sec.
Mm-hmm.
How's everyone doing?
Doing.
Doing good.
That's good.
Mm,
So Vorn, the new book that I picked up, which I actually was thinking about picking up for a while,
Mhm.
actually for a very long while. All I can really say about I've only gotten a few chapters in, and so far it's really interesting and good, and also kind of funny. It's pretty much that there was a child stolen away from their family for I don't know what child they are, where they belong to, brought to a fortress, and then trained from birth how to be good at everything. Except has zero concept of anything. Like knows 60 different ways to kill you, can use any weapon effectively better than any sort of master, is quiet, is fast, is all sorts of all around really good.
Has no idea why he would do it.
Oh, it gets even better than that. As his masters are dying, because at the very start of the thing, his final test was kill the 20 people that trained him, and watch as his masters kill themselves. His master gave him the final two lessons that he needed, which was kill with conscience, and always protect. And he says the king, but he gets cut out and distracted as he's dying, and he says protect your friends. And so he goes, "What's a conscience? How do I kill using the conscience? What's a friend? Maybe if I find this friend, they'll tell me what a conscience is and how to kill with it."
Oh, I like it.
I haven't gotten very far, but he's like a master tracker. Again, killed 20 masters in their own rights, like bowmen, swordsmen, all sorts of thing. Killed them all, got one hit on him. All of them. And they were prepared for him. It wasn't like he walked into a room, they were just like, they stuck him down in the center of a room, told him to kill everyone around him, and every single person jumped up and started trying to kill him.
Yeah, that's generally what you do when somebody tells somebody else to kill you.
Yeah, that's exactly right. One got away, and he's like, okay, so if I find this guy who got away, who I gotta kill because I was told to kill him, maybe I can ask him what a friend is. And when he tells me what a friend is, I can ask my friend what a conscience is.
Like it. I like it.
He can fit any role. He knows how to fit in any situation. He's like a master spy, swordsman, huntsman, everything. Has zero concept of anything.
I like it.
I'm looking at a lot so far. It was a book series that a lot of people seemed to like, but hated the fact that it just ended abruptly, and the newest book was never coming out. I got an alert that said the newest book was coming out sometime this year, and I was like, "Well, fuck! I guess I'm picking up this series now."
Makes sense. I mean, why not?
Mm-hmm.
What was their excuse for not pulling out or finishing the series or whatever?
I haven't. I don't know. I think the author just ran into a writer's block or something.
Oh, that could be.
Well, it was like a writer's block that lasted years.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I can see that.
Kind of like the book series, the Cradle series.
Yeah, but I mean, I think Will Wright I think has like freaking like 6 or 7 different projects going on. It
Mm-hmm.
seems like.
That's what I saw too. But it looks like this was coming out. The Dread God is coming out in 4 days.
Oh, okay. I'm cool with that.
Mm-hmm. I was reading the subplot of it and then forgot it. Wei Shi Linden. If
Yes,
that helps at all.
yes, it does.
I did realize that there was no way the series would end the way it did because all of the Dread Gods woke up and the guy just left.
Mhm.
And it's like
Oh yeah, I knew it was gonna continue.
I was just waiting for it. But it's kind of it can be seen as kind of scary because all four of the Dread Gods are awake now.
Yeah.
Welcome back.
There we go. Had to
Hello.
all my shit, so let me text Jess and let her know that I'm here.
I like the fact that your mic cut out right then, like it sounded like it was censoring you.
Oh,
Right.
I can't do anything about that. That's Cox's problem. Let's see.
I'm glad I don't have that internet.
God, I wish I lived near where my grandparents live because they have FiOS. No, Verizon's not the best company, but at least FiOS is good internet.
At least it's better internet. Let's
Yeah.
say it right.
Hey man,
See, mine's fiber
gigabits.
optic.
Yeah, fiber optic, gigabit up and down. Let's go.
And
I mean,
it's
if you
provided
can
through
afford
my
it.
electric company, and we get for like $50 a month. So
Not
Rub
bad,
it
not
in.
bad.
Yeah, we've got Spectrum.
Oof. I do not envy you.
As long as I don't go and call them for any reason, I'm fine. The moment I call them, problems happen.
Yeah. I live with my dad. He had um Comcast, and then they became
Oh,
what, Xfinity or whatever.
Xfinity?
Like,
Yeah.
yeah. I mean, I'll give them this though. At least, when we upgraded his plan and everything like that, and like, I helped him pick out like some new equipment and everything like that. It worked. Like,
Right.
but like here, I've had nothing but problems with Cox, both when I was living with my mom's, where Jess currently is, all the way to here, literally just across the street, and like it's just awful.
Yeah.
I've never wanted to just punch a hole in the wall more than having to deal with Cox's bullshit.
Yeah, I've always had issues with Cox in the past as well. I've never had them, but everywhere that I've gone that had it, yeah, it was just a fucking waste of time.
How are we looking?
I'm Gucci
I look
now.
great.
Okay. All right, so Leg said to start, right?
Yeah.
All right.
I texted her and let her know that we're good to go. She can join whenever.
Yeah, I don't exactly understand what she's doing, but
Well, it's because the computer that she's currently on is going to become our mutual youngest brother's, and she's going to take the laptop, when she moves. That way, she doesn't have to lug the desktop around. And plus, since she's going to be going to school, she can easily transport it and everything like that.
Yeah.
So she's going to be paying me back for it.
Okay.
Benefits of having a Best Buy card, I guess.
Yes. All right. Well, thanks everyone for your patience. I guess we'll get going. Oh, there you go. There it is. As the party made their what? Who? As the party made their way southeast, following the directions of the Dryads to find the nesting place of the Winged Madness, they come to a mysterious crossroads with a circular tablet in the center. Lucan is able to decipher a cryptic message which seems to be a veiled warning, and also mentions the Raven Queen. As the party debates what to do, Ren ventures along a path finding a burned village and several dead bodies. One suffering figure mumbles about the terrible creature and begs Ren to save himself, which Ren obliges. Ren continues the search, finding a cemetery which seems to have graves from long ago, yet the stones seem brand new. He finds one headstone bearing his own name and returns to borrow a crowbar from a Garwin and begins digging. The party explores further and finds the area loops in on itself as a dense fog hinders the way forward. Searching the cemetery again, they find one stone for Versailles, and later find one for Adney, which seems to indicate she will be crowned queen and die in battle 2 years hence. Octavian senses an undead danger, and the party investigates a wagon piled with dead bodies. B tips it over, and an undead furbolg falls out and attacks, prompting Octavian to run it through. Searching the pile of bodies, a Garwin finds a corpse that resembles himself, and loots it, getting its signet ring. As the party finds their way out of the forest, they come to the Grove of the Moonhound and explore. Suddenly, there is a beating of wings as a large butterfly, which was affected by an enlarge spell, inadvertently by two tiny fey creatures known as Papillona, named Dew and Twig, beg Lucan to undo the magic. He obliges as the party takes a collective sigh before they hear a great rush of air and a squall from the black sky above. A figure, pale green with great claws, comes whiffing into view, landing with a frumious thud atop the stone ruins, crushing Blue Wings, Twig, and Dew. And with that, we begin initiative. Ren, what would you like to do?
God, it's me.
We rolled initiative last week, right?
We did.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was smart.
Okay, cool.
Too many tabs open. Okay, pretty confident this is the fucker. Ren would probably move forward one. He's within range, and do, I don't know, double spin kick, flurry of blows, fall, all the attack. Cool, I'll go to bed now.
Oh, jeez.
The 24 will hit.
Well, that's me.
And you may want to go and restart your or refresh your page.
Who needs to do that?
Ren.
Cobra, because his
Those are
energy
terrible
escaped.
rolls.
Oh. Yeah.
You got one.
Okay. Is that good for Ren?
That's all I got.
All right.
That's terrible for Ren.
It brings us to
But-
Lucian.
It's the end of it.
Okay. I see I'm in the ore. Does that mean anything?
Not yet.
With that, Lucette will look up at it and go, no thanks. And just start walking away. And as he's walking away, we'll cast Greater Invisibility.
Wow.
Lucian fucked off.
But before, as he stops, he says, he's gonna whisper to Versailles, I'm gonna stay right back here with you. While invisible.
Pocketing. So as Lucian falls back, pocketing Versailles. And it brings us to Versailles.
I'm gonna also move the owl out of range.
I'm not sure if I even want to attack that thing yet.
No, I think you do.
I'm pretty sure you do.
It's gonna kill us all.
Not if we kill it first.
I doubt that's gonna happen.
And the only way to kill it first is to get the first shot.
The best status effect you can inflict upon an enemy is death.
He's not
That is
wrong.
true. That is very true. Oh, nice hit though.
I'm on the wrong page.
Keep rolling on kills. You got it.
Okay, yes, 21 will indeed hit.
So the 16 doesn't.
Nope.
Good to know.
I wonder if I can put it to sleep.
If you got enough dice.
I don't think I do.
Excellent. Is that it for Versailles?
Yeah.
As Versailles takes a couple of ranged attacks against the beast, it brings us to
Okay.
it brings us to Adney, who's actually going to duck down behind the stone here, and she's going to call to Ren and say, "Ren, strike true!" As she's going to throw you Bardic Inspiration die. So you have a D6.
Throw it at you.
Why, Thank you. I do sorely need it.
Yes, just
Pocket
tossing
sand.
that. Yes.
Pocket sand.
Another D20. Use this.
So that's her bonus. Her main action, she's going to take the dodge action.
Oh, you know what we need? We need like a good D20. And whenever we go and do this, we're like, hey, she throws inspiration at him. Just hand him a new die.
No, you're
That
looking
one-
for divination at that point.
Put that one in the dice jail. Use this one.
Dice jail.
No, you're gonna want divination for that. That's what she needs to pick up. It's like, I don't like that roll. Here, take this one instead. Just hands him a number.
Yeah, portents.
There's only two sides of this, and then the same numbers on both sides. What the fuck?
Yeah. Justin, I like
They're
that.
both 20s.
Yeah, I like that feature. All right, well, that will bring us to the madness.
I mean, if she wants to multi-class into wizard divination, I'm sure Lucien can teach her some magic.
With this, the predator is going to snap its long, scaled neck towards Beatrice. As pure energy, crackling like flame, floods across the field.
Wait, Beatrice?
B.
Me?
Oh, right.
Yes.
I've only heard you being called B for so long, I can't remember.
Oh, that's not good.
And we are going
Yeah,
to
don't
need,
get up in lines, people.
We're going to need some. We're going to need some deck saves from B, Agarwin, and Versailles.
I win.
All right.
Give me just a
So does
second.
B.
I'm gonna die. I just hit the
Ah,
saving throw. There it is.
Oh wait,
Okay.
Ooh, not when you roll 3.
Yeah, told you.
Only a 3 though. That's a jeez.
Versailles, you are going to feel the full force of this blast as you're going to take 30 fire damage.
Oh,
Shit.
B and Agarwin, you each take 15, dodging out of the way, getting a little singed.
that's the first time I got hit in the last 3 sessions.
Mm-hmm.
And
I'm sorry, did you say 50?
15.
15.
No, I'm not a lunatic.
1
50.
5.
Half.
I mean, later on, that's
Why
quite
is that not
possible.
loaded?
And with that, as the crackling flames begin to dissipate a little bit, you're going to hear it starting to make a strange burbling sound.
Burble at me.
Yes, and that will bring us to Deflator. I do not see a Jess. So should someone want to play Deflator?
I would. I can't view her character sheet though when I
Oh.
go to the campaigns.
Okay.
I don't know why.
She
I
has
can
a-
view user profile.
She has
I
a
can
set.
view.
She has a set to
Private.
private.
Oh,
Oh.
that's fine. So I think that means only Ellis can look at it.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, you know,
Yeah, whoever created the campaign would be able to go and have access.
I mean, we could just say Eldritch Blast is a.
I mean,
obvious-
that's viable.
I think,
or do we just hold off on her?
knowing Jess, I think she would probably first X-Blades curse it, back up, and then maybe do some Eldritch Blast.
Okay.
I think that's a pretty safe play.
Good
Yeah.
plan. That's a good way to play someone who's not here. Let's play them as
Yeah.
passively but also helpful as possible. Give them a crossbow
Yeah.
or an Eldritch Blast.
So that is a Hexblade Curse, bonus action, curse it for 1 minute, +3 damage. Okay, crit. Cool. So we're gonna do that, and then what's 120? Yeah. So I think we'll say Deflator moves her full movement 30 feet, kind of back towards Adney.
Yeah, let's do that.
I don't want to take any agency away from Leg, so I'm just.
I think that might be the safe play, considering she probably just saw the line attack here, would likely want to spread out.
Yeah.
120 foot range on the Eldritch Blast.
Yeah. And with
Yeah, so if she hits on a 19, it is a crit, and any hits, she gains her proficiency bonus in damage.
Okay.
Oh, that's a 1.
Yeah, and
she should do 2 this level.
so the 2 beams is 2 clicks. I haven't played a Warlock in a while.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, there you go.
That'll hit. So plus her proficiency bonus as well. So that should be 8, I think. 8 force damage.
Okay.
Yeah, 8.
You'd think that would have already been baked into the roll, you think?
It doesn't because like
You never know who's gonna be Hexblade.
because like Hexblade's curse is considered like a targeted effect
Oh,
that you put
yeah.
on something. So in D&D Beyond, you can't give yourselves the buff for it.
Yeah. Yeah,
So,
you're right.
So you'd have to have like separate things to. You have to have custom things for it. Then for the icon.
Yeah, custom
for
attack
Hexblade's-
roll.
Yeah, for Hexblade Curse, I usually use like the skull icon down at the bottom next to the trophy.
Yes. Let me do this.
Like doing that one. That's a good one for Curse.
That's a sad skull.
That one?
Yeah.
Cool.
That's sad.
Cool. Great. So that will be Deflator, bringing us to B.
The
All right.
Flying Skull.
Hooray. So this aura doesn't mean anything at the moment, correct?
Actually, B.
Oh no.
We are. So you are hearing this strange burbling sound, and it's pulling at your mind a little bit. It seems to be bothering you a little bit. You might grit your teeth as we make a charisma saving throw, please.
I've gone insane in the membrane.
Can you please roll?
Insane in the brain.
Can you please roll a d4?
I can't. Isn't there a... Oh, I found the dice. Never mind.
Yeah. do slash R as well. Other slash. There you go. Oh, okay. So you would make. Let me look here. So this is interesting. It says you would make a melee attack against a creature you can see, but it doesn't say you're required to use your movement.
If it says it doesn't require, if it doesn't specify that, a lot of times you can just move to it. If it doesn't say you make a melee attack against an enemy within range, versus you make a melee attack versus to an enemy within that you can see, usually means you can move.
Yeah.
But
is be forced to move? That's what I was wondering.
If is it confusion?
What does this specifically say, if you don't mind me asking?
Oh, you know what? Okay, it says the creature either makes one melee attack against a random creature it can see, or does nothing if no visible creature is within reach.
No one's within 5 feet of B, so nothing.
Yes. And B, for this turn, you've lost your reaction.
Oh, man. Okay.
And that will bring us to Agarwan.
So I've been going and reading through stuff. With steady aim, I don't take an action. I have to take like an action to prepare that, correct?
Steady aim is a bonus action where you use no movement.
Oh, okay. Well, I can't do that.
If that is the rogue ability.
Yeah, it's the rogue ability of steady aim.
Okay, so if you stood right there and did not move, you could bonus action steady aim. But you would lose all your movement. Yeah.
Yep, nope, we're definitely moving. So let's see.
Which, if I'm honest, I think is a really good ability for them to add. Though it kind of makes the psychic one really fucking broken.
Yeah, a little. As if it wasn't broken enough already.
Well, now you tell me.
Is steady aim one of the optional things from Tasha's?
Yes.
I believe so, yeah. It was one of the new ones. I think it's got to be like one of those little checkbox things or something like that.
Yeah, it's one of the optionals.
It's like user permission thing.
Yeah. So Ellis, is this area right here? Is this a drop down?
It is.
Or is this just shadow?
No,
okay.
Yeah, that is a drop down.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh fuck! All right, then let's make sure I move the right way.
There's this thing right here.
Hmm.
I was just saying there's this, that plank of wood right there.
Oh yeah, yeah. So that's like
yeah.
So like this whole thing around here, it's like a ledge.
Gotcha.
This is
how would I be able to tell how tall that ledge is?
Yeah, it's like 4 feet.
All right, so it's not bad.
No.
Then I'm gonna go and run over to here. Using my 35. I'm gonna turn and I'm gonna go and take my shots at the creature. And we're gonna go and play dirty and hit it with the heavy shots here. So I'm gonna go and use my sniper shot thing here with the what the fuck's it called? Not steady aim.
Your arcane shots?
No, not the arcane.
Sharpshooter?
The sharpshooter feat. That's it. Yep.
Oh, yeah.
So there is roll 1.
Ooh.
And roll 2. First one misses, and second one's a 16 to hit.
16 will miss.
All right. So that's it.
Okay. Brings us to Octavian, and Octavian, you're hearing something similar to B. There's a strange burbling sound, which is sort of like an earworm. It's sort of like bothering you, and we would like a charisma saving throw.
Paladins are good at that.
Do save,
Well,
indeed.
Technically, I'm a fighter first, but I
I
have
know.
proficiency in it because I took resilient at.
That's such
one
a
level.
good feat.
Yes, Octavian's able to shake that off. And proceed.
All right. I will reach down, and instead of grabbing my sword, I'm going to grab the hilt.
Oh
I'm
shit.
going to fling it out. Never established what the command word is. Does it matter?
I would have told it to you.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, like, you would have told it to me. You get that as part of identify.
Do you want to know what it is?
Yeah.
A Fervanador.
So, Tavy will hold it aloft and shout, Vanador! And I will rush towards the creature.
Oh shit.
I was just sitting there
see.
thinking, I wasn't planning on this. God damn it.
Alright. You know what? We're gonna do the Wombo combo. I'm actually gonna use my primary action to do Radiant Consumption and activate my Asimar ability. And let's see. And then I will. Let's see. Hold on. Does it take? And it does not take an action to do the thing. So then I will bonus action Fighting Spirit, which give me 5 temporary hit points. And advantage on my next attacks, which I will use my action search for.
Okay.
Alright. Alright, so a 17
17 will miss.
will miss. Okay.
Oh shit.
Oh my god, really? Dude, what the fuck?
No one's allowed to hit today.
No,
Cool.
some of us got some hits in.
Well, I just wasted my entire turn, but guess what? I take 2 radiant damage, and it takes 4 because
Ooh.
I ended the turn in its aura.
Yes.
Or I ended my turn and it's in my aura.
One of those things.
As you end your turn, it's going to take a legendary action.
Of
course it does.
I knew it'd do it. I knew it'd have it.
It's actually going to make a tail attack against Octavian for a 16 to hit.
That is a big miss. I'm at
Wait.
19.
Wait, what did I click?
Mm.
Oh, I screwed
Button.
up. Okay, yes, I missed. Okay. Excellent, which will bring us to Ren. And Ren, would you give me 30 seconds, please?
You do you.
Just 1 second.
Do-do-do-do-do.
Indeed.
Don't mind me, I'm just roasting over here.
Like,
You'll be fine.
temperature
Luthien can
wise,
take an action to pat you down, and it won't break his invisibility.
Exactly.
Actually, it's greater invisibility. I don't know if that affects it.
What? I'm sorry. Say again. I was looking away.
Well, I said it won't break his invisibility because he's got greater
Yep. Nothing
Yeah.
breaks my invisibility.
except concentration.
Yes, which I specifically avoid.
Yeah.
Wait, and here's the thing: I only got 2 concentration spells, 3 technically.
A family problem has been solved. Ren.
One of them is hold person.
Same verse or second verse, same as the first.
And you do have a d6 if you need it.
I do.
Probably. Haven't rolled yet.
Not gonna help them.
Oof.
Or that.
That's not helping. Maybe.
Well,
Use
I
a
know
good
that
one.
doesn't hit, but let's see if this does.
Oh, that's a feel
Oh!
good.
A solid 5 damage. Okay, I'm seriously going to bed.
A 23 will indeed hit.
Pew pew pew.
See you guys in 20 minutes.
Right? Oh man.
Excellent. So Ren will indeed kick a radiant sunbolt at the beast's face, bringing us to Lusan.
All right. First, gonna look over at Versailles, look her up and down. She doesn't look like she's on fire too badly, just half melted. Then take one step away. Then take one step away from her, real quiet. And then cast Blind and Deafness, but I'm gonna specifically pick Blindness and cast it at the creature.
Oh.
Okay.
Constitution saving throw of a DC 16, if you would, please. Hopefully it's not blind already. I don't know.
With those goggles on its face, it probably
You
is.
never... Yeah, exactly.
I keep seeing a monocle.
Yes, if it was...
Yeah.
Con save, you say. Yes, let us click that.
You know what I see? I see the pod racer dude from...
Oh, Jabalba?
Sebulba.
Yeah!
Jabalba.
That's who I see when I look at it.
That is a 27 to save.
Yeah, no, that definitely passes.
Did that...
So
private
at
roll, or
least
did you
know
see
it
that?
has a +7 to save.
Or 8 if that was a 19.
I'm just saying at least a +7.
Yeah.
And that is my turn.
Okay, bring us to Versailles.
Okay, so I have a question for you, Ellis.
Yes, indeed.
Obviously, that took her to almost half health, so would she be like crouched over? What would she be doing?
Yeah, I mean, certainly you might be patting out some flames on your armor, or a bit shaken, but mechanically you're not prone or anything. You can just
Okay,
Fight
I just
right
need to know.
You're just in a lot of pain.
yeah, just
Probably screaming.
Or just silent from shock.
It's a little toasty in here.
Yeah.
That's all.
Let me just say this: if you had a marshmallow in your pocket, you'd be s'mores.
Wow.
Well,
Wow.
a part of s'mores, anyways. You need the chocolate. God, I hope you don't have chocolate in your pocket.
No.
And it's melted now. And probably evaporating.
Give me just a second here. I gotta check something. Okay, so she's gonna pretty much be trying to put out the flames that are singeing her cloak and her hood, and slowly trying to make her way away from all this bullshit. In too much pain to even say a word. And she'll just use her last action just for the dodge.
Did you go this way?
Yeah, she went down this little path.
Oh, so you run into Lucette. It's like, oh, I'm sorry, excuse me.
Just an invisible, bony dragon.
She probably shoved him aside as much as she
Ah!
could.
Oh, I have a quick complaint. I have a complaint for the group.
What's that?
I was watching last week's session, and I got accused of being racist against furbolgs because I said they had paws. But then 2 minutes later, Agarwin says to Lusan, "Hey, lizard man." And
I wasn't a part of that.
And Lusan says, "I am a dragon, sir." And Agarwin says, same thing. You're scaly.
Wow. Bruh.
In all fairness, he then proceeded to stab himself and scare the shit out of himself.
Yes.
That is true. That is very true.
Karma bites you in the ass real hard, doesn't it?
But I apologize to you and your people. Excellent. So Versailles is taking the dodge action, which brings us to Adney, who's going to she's going to rinse and repeat using her bonus action to give Ren another d6, and yes, and also dodge. Also take the dodge action, bringing us to what's that?
I would say, what's the name of that beam that they show in the Dragon Ball Z abridged that Krillin keeps throwing at people?
Setsu
Do you
beam!
remember that? Yeah, there you go.
Setsu
That's what I
beam!
can think of.
And at the end of Adney's turn, we are going to take a legendary action,
Oh boy.
and we are going to attempt to rend Octavian, which is a 20 to hit,
Ooh, that hits.
Ugh.
and that is 17 slashing.
Cool.
That is classified as assault. Alice, you need to put that that dice into dice jail. Yep.
Which brings us to
The creature.
the creature's turn. Yes, the creature will is going to make a multi-attack. Going to make 2 rend attacks on Octavian.
Cool.
Oh, okay. That is a 23 and a 30.
Cool.
Damn.
Okay.
That is a crit.
Okay. Cool.
Are you seeing these rolls or not?
No.
No.
Okay, good. So I can just.
We don't either, Alexa. That's fine.
That's my Google Home. Anytime it hears the word "hey," it's like rang.
That is a total of 35 slashing.
All in all.
Yep.
Oh, okay. Ouch.
Which brings us to Deflator. Is there a wild leg? Not yet. You wanna decide what to do, Justin? I'll roll.
This might be a fight we cannot win at this moment.
If we could roll a little bit better, I think we'll be okay. See, the thing is, I wish I could look at Deflator's stuff.
Yeah, I could send you a screenshot or something of like spells or abilities.
Yeah.
Could you remove it from being private?
No, only the create can do that.
No.
Yeah.
Like the one
Right
thing
now-
a DM can't do on D&D Beyond. They could do like pretty much anything else on a character
Besides
sheet
that.
except that.
So right now, this is looking like the gifts that Justin and I put up earlier.
Yeah, a little bit. Arm of Agathis, person, chain, misty step.
I don't know. Do you want the invocations or pack boon or anything? Here you go.
Let's see. What is her range? How far? She's 40 feet away. I kind of don't want to put any of her spells right now because it'll take a little bit of time to get in range. Don't want her to get into the madness sphere right now. She doesn't really have any other like good range spells. So I think at this point just Eldritch Blast will probably be the play right now.
A couple of those. Do we want to move her back anymore?
No, I think that's a good range to keep her at in case
Okay.
the thing decides to take flight and she can start moving.
Okay.
And maybe start going ham.
I will click Eldritch Blast 2 times.
Boy, those are some good rolls.
Which
Come on,
would
guys. Gotta get at least an 18, I think.
Hey, I did get a 21 on one of mine.
You did,
so.
you did. And I'm proud of you. But
And now you're hiding.
And that'll bring us back to B. And B, we can repeat your charisma saving throw.
Well, unlike you, Lucian, I got roasted, so.
I got close to roasted.
So,
Mm-hmm.
yes, Kate. Ooh.
oh, sorry.
No, you're good. I heard so, and then you cut out, and I'm like, uh-oh.
So, goodbye.
Did you have a question?
Well, no, I think I'll be okay, actually.
Okay.
We're at a 12.
Would you like to roll a d4?
Alice, for clarification, are these
All right.
are these like roofs or something right here?
What are we? Could you ping it? I'm sorry.
The cobbles.
Oh,
Along
yeah, that's like fallen debris. So like where,
Okay.
yeah, where Deflator and Adney are standing, that's like a raised bridge kind of platform.
Okay.
So you could
Alright.
use that debris to scramble up there if you wanted to.
All right.
And to Cake's point, Cake, you lose your action, but you keep your movement, so you can move out of the sphere if you want.
Okay, do I still keep a bonus action by chance?
Sure.
Okay, well, I'm going to move. And as a bonus, I'm going to I'm gonna. Can I? Oh, is it a bonus?
Wild shape? If
No,
wild
shape
shape
is
no.
not.
I'm talking about. No, it's not. Shoot. Okay. I don't think I have any bonus actions. I can check.
got any spells that are bonus actions? Might be some good ones.
Is Shillelagh a bonus action?
Shillelagh is part of the action of attacking.
I can Misty Step away.
You could.
Nah, I think I'll be okay. Yeah, I'll be fine. Actually I lied. I'm gonna hidden step. I'm going to turn invisible until my next turn. I'm gonna whoop. Can't see me anymore.
Excellent.
And
I was
I'd
looking
like-
in the wrong spot.
I'd like
You
to
went
move back here behind. I think is this a plant of some kind?
Let me
It's
move
a tree, I think.
This
Oh wait, that's
Tree.
is that
Like-
35 feet of movement? I don't think I have that much.
like the
You
pink
What if I
thing.
only have 30?
Here or in the bush.
Yeah,
If
that's
it's
like
a bush, I'll just jump in it.
Yeah, it's a bush. Yeah, it's probably if you were to crouch, you'd be able to get behind it.
Okay, then I'll be there, invisible.
Don't shake in fear, remember.
B, you would notice that you have bushes like this in your home village. It is a shimmering bush that you recognize to be fate touched, and it brings you some comfort.
Ah, that's good to hear.
Yes, a Garwin.
All right. So how high is this incline right here? Because I'm assuming that's probably essentially the same as this.
Yeah, about.
So about 4 feet.
Yeah, yeah. Sloping upwards, from 0 to like 3 or 4 feet.
All right. So I would like to. No, you know what? We're gonna fucking steady aim and shoot the friggin' thing. So steady aim goes and gives me advantage on my next strike. We're gonna go and pull my sharpshooter out again. And cross our fingers this time.
Oh,
23 to hit.
big hit.
All right, cool. There is a comrade in front or right next to the creature.
You also had advantage, so
And I have advantage. So
Sneak
that
attack
is
regardless.
25 plus sneak attack, which is 8.
Mm-hmm.
What's the extra 7 there though? Oh, that's a 20.
That's
Never
because
mind.
it's a vicious weapon.
Yeah, so that's so 25 and 8, that's what, 32? 33? 33.
Yeah, 33. Wow,
So
Kinda
that's
made
1.
up for a lot of the bullshit.
a massive hit.
And then we're gonna go and do that again. Nope, I miss.
Yikes.
Yep, so that's it.
Excellent. Brings us to Octavian. Octavian.
Yep.
You
save.
no, actually, you saved before, right?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
you're good.
Oh, good. Cool.
Yeah.
Do I heal or do I take another fighting spirit?
Yes.
Well, I can only do one or the other because both are bonus actions.
I'm sorry, you asking me? I was
I'm just thinking loud.
okay. I was reading something.
Because I could fighting spirit to give myself advantage and 5 temp HP, or I could second wind or drink one of my potions. Just don't know what to do. No, I want to go for damage. I'm gonna fight spirit again.
Okay.
So 5 temp HP. I have advantage on my strike. It'd help if I did not click off of my character sheet.
Oh,
Okay. There we go.
let's go.
And that's I get the 7 on the additional force on this one because it's the first hit. Also on the first hit, as I have radiant consumption up, I deal an extra 8 radiant damage to it.
Yes.
And you know what's about to happen.
Oh, it's on.
We're gonna
Pain.
smite. We're gonna smite.
Like I said, pain.
5 radiant damage.
At this, you would hear the creature bellow in pain.
Is the like blade kind of like cut through it almost like a lightsaber or something?
Yes, and you notice that the wounds cauterize immediately.
Let's go. All right, one hit.
I'd like to call out and just go and say, "You're supposed to let it bleed."
Big hit, big hit.
So that's only 16. Is
Only.
that extra once per turn.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna scoot around the side, just so we don't set up any. Yeah, I'm gonna go all the way this way. That way we don't have any decent lines where it is.
Okay.
And then at the end of my turn, it takes an additional 4 radiant damage because of the aura.
Okay. At the end of your turn as well, you would see this creature. It's going to beat its wings, and it's using a legendary action to make a wing attack against Octavian.
Okay.
You need a dex save, please.
Quick, cut its wings off.
15.
15 is a fail.
Cool.
You would take 8 bludgeoning, and you're knocked prone.
Okay. Does it then fly away?
No, it just like rears up, and it just went. Whoosh.
All right. Well, that's not good. I am now prone.
Your
and,
ass.
and that will bring us to Ren.
Oh, geez, me already. Shall we? Hey.
Oh, let's go. Jeez, Ren, where were those rolls?
About time.
4 hits.
He was inspired.
Who was?
Didn't need it. So
They were a little shy.
33 damage.
Wow.
Ran Angie. And that's pretty much it.
Wow. Ren goes ham. And you see that this creature is looking bloodied, Ren.
Good.
Bringing us to
Next time,
Lucian.
go bacon.
Yes. Lucian, you're still hidden near this log, right?
Yes.
Invisible, I mean to say.
Yes.
Yes.
Hidden, invisible, same thing.
Yeah.
He is going to move, though, slightly. And call down to Versailles. We can't do this without you. So, I'll check you up after this is over.
Why aren't you helping?
Who said I wasn't? And with that, he will look back at the beast and use Tasha's Mind Whip.
Oh, dear.
And it needs to make an intelligence saving throw.
Ooh.
Something that not a lot of people tend to be very good at.
Yes, intelligence saving throw. Let's see. A 9.
All right. For its next turn, it cannot take reactions until at the end of its next turn. And on its turn, it can take an action, a bonus action, or a movement. One of the 3.
Wow. Okay. Understood.
In addition to 13 psychic damage.
In addition to the 13.
Okay.
I haven't even gotten to my favorite psychic spell, which is next level.
Oh, is that
Sympathetic Static.
synaptic static? Yeah, that's a good one.
Bane, but on fucking steroids.
It's Bane plus Fireball all wrapped into psychic damage. It's so good.
With an intelligence saving throw.
Yeah.
As at initiative count 20.
Oh, yeah, I forgot we were ahead of that.
Hold on. The manxome beast opens its mouth, and from within its throat a great cry emerges. And from under the stone, the crumbled stone, scurries figures about 3 feet high, scattering to harry your efforts.
Oh, those things. Okay.
Oh, god damn it. Alright, pick up the pace, people.
Oh,
They are at 0. Don't get a turn.
This is why I prefer goblins.
goblins.
Mm-hmm.
I have to be goblins.
Bonus action. I can get away with, or I can disengage.
And it brings us to Versailles. Versailles, you've gotten a pep talk from Lucian.
More like she's giving him some dirty looks.
That's
You can't see me. You're
Alright,
my
she's
general
attacking.
space.
26 will indeed hit for 10 piercing.
And 16 misses.
Yes, it just goes a little wide. Octavian, you might see an arrow whiz past you, landing with a thud in the dry grass.
And I think that's all I can do at the moment. Yeah.
Okay. And that will bring us to Adney, who's going to give Ren
Another
her-
Sensu bean.
I already have inspiration.
Oh, you still have it. Yes.
Yeah.
What's my? Let me check
You can
something.
give it to
60
anyone
foot
else.
range.
60 foot. That's what I was wondering.
You can give it to him.
So-
She's within range of him,
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, literally anybody in the party is in range.
except
of
for
her.
me
Yeah.
and me. Can't give it to someone you can't see.
Yeah.
What if you can hear her?
That's DM's rule. Technically, it says it's a target to a
Actually-
party member.
You can s-
Actually, I feel like she would see what's happening to Octavian, and she would want to help him. So she's going to throw Octavian a bardic inspiration die.
That also helps too, because why would you give me an inspiration?
Yeah, that's true.
To
I'm
do
really
so,
not-
you use a bonus action on your turn to choose one creature other than yourself within 60 feet who can hear you.
Okay.
Well, either way,
Yeah.
now we know.
Great.
It's been a long time since I played Bard.
Yeah. Same.
Yes.
And then again, it was very selfish Bard because they were College of Blades, so they used their Bardic inspiration on the blade for flourishes.
There is one bard with whom I have a great deal of experience.
Yes.
And
Maybe next campaign I play a bard.
at the end of Adney's
I already
turn,
played bard.
the creature is going to make a tail attack at Octavian for a 17 to hit.
That's a miss. I got 19.
But do I have advantage?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm prone though, so you do have advantage.
26.
Oh yeah, that hits.
That will be 6 bludgeoning.
6. Okay, that's not bad.
How's
Just,
Octavian
like,
looking?
slay- I'm at 13 hit points.
Okay.
I'm down
You
to
got-
60.
Use your paladin powers.
Let's hope that fiery gaze does not recharge.
Oh god.
And that will bring us to Deflator.
Alright. I mean, Deflator can hear, like, some dudes rustling over here, right?
Yeah, they're definitely grumbling.
With her glaive, would she be able to, like, get onto, like, the ledge here and just poke down at this one?
Sure.
Alright. Wait, no, Armor Agathis is a main action.
It's probably about
Yeah, no.
Probably about 6 feet down. The range is 10, right?
Yeah. She's got reach of 10 with the
Yeah.
glaive.
Yeah, with a reach of 10, she can poke him.
Alright, so move her, like, right there next to Adney.
Hmm.
And then make 2 attacks against that one. And then we'll see how he's looking and maybe we'll go for the,
Okay.
whatchamacallit, the
Okay,
bonus.
so I'll click glaive twice.
Yeah. Alright,
let's
14 and a
26.
20.
Those are both going to hit.
Nice.
For
And then go ahead and throw
20
the
damage.
full arm master attack on that one too.
Okay. Polearm Master attack. Bonus attack. I see it. Okay. Did I do
Wait,
that right?
why is it?
Looks weird.
Yeah, it does look weird. So it's doing -2.
It's
It should.
using strength instead of charisma.
Yeah. So.
Okay. So we'll add
the
6
it's
to it then.
3 on the. Yeah. She'll have to fix that. Probably something updated and changed the thing for it.
So then would that be 7 bludgeoning?
Yeah.
Okay, so we're at a total of 27?
Yeah.
Wow.
Nice.
Wow.
Wow, 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 wow.
Definitely took a chunk out of that one. And is that deflator?
Yeah, just make sure you move her right here next to Adney.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you could.
Because I can't move. I can't move her token.
Okay, got it. Excellent. Which brings us to the creature. What is the creature going to do? Well.
Wait, didn't the creature already go?
They
No.
did a legendary action.
Oh, okay.
And so now I believe I have my choice of an action, a bonus, or a movement. Okay, so with its action, and its only action, it was going to make a multi-attack of a rend.
Okay, here we go.
Rend.
Prone.
Don't die.
With advantage, that is an 18 to hit.
That misses.
Okay, and then a 23 to hit.
Yeah, that hits.
Okay, and that is 15 slashing.
I am down.
Okay.
Let me double check something real quick. Come on, scroll, you piece of shit. Alright, hold on, I'm double checking to see if my radiant consumption stops when I go unconscious. I think it does. I'm gonna look at it on the actual, like, race page.
Oh, 'cause if it doesn't, you fail a death save every turn, guaranteed.
Yeah. Oh wait, this is the new ASMR. I'm using old ASMR. Change it.
Plus, for 1 minute until you end it as a bonus action.
I think it makes sense for it to turn off when I fall unconscious, though.
Yeah, it makes
Because
sense
if
to
I
me.
could willingly, because if I could willingly end it.
I feel like you have to be willing to keep it up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cobra, as my rules secret weapon. Do you have any problem with that?
DM's discretion.
Yeah, it goes off. I'm just making sure there wasn't some like known, like there wasn't like a Jeremy Crawford tweet about it or something.
Yeah.
No,
It's not a problem. It's not much of a problem for the new version of ASMR because they kind of nerfed these racial abilities, but the radiant consumption no longer does the self damage, but it's less powerful.
Yeah, got it.
Like way less powerful. Like you only get your proficiency bonus on the first attack instead of it equaling your level.
Got it. Right. That makes sense. Okay, so yes, as the beast has knocked Octavian down with a great burst of air from its wings, it rears up and it makes 2 large rending attacks with its terrible claws. And Octavian looks like he's in rough shape.
Very rough shape because he's not getting back up.
Yes. Which will bring us to the Redcaps, who are scurrying out from under the stone. And these 2 near Agarwin, they are going to attempt their... they're going to run at you. They're very close, so they're running out from underneath the stone.
Reaction shield.
Okay.
That's a +5 to AC.
Um,
So that would be a 22 or more to hit.
Okay, well, they're actually, you can decide if you still want to do that as you see them running at you with their iron boots, and I need 2 dex saves.
Okay. Well, that's fine.
Okay. Wow.
Matrix dodge.
I know. Big matrix dodges, yes. So these 2, they're kicking at you with their boots as this third one is going to approach and is going to make a couple of sickle attacks.
I just put my hands on their foreheads and hold them away.
Basically, that is 16 to hit.
Miss.
Ooh,
That
so-
wouldn't even hit me without the shield.
Okay, yeah. So so save that spell slot.
All right.
And so that's 2 16s. So those, yeah. So I actually like it. They're running at Agar when he puts his hands out, just grabs him by the forehead, and they're just running. And the third one is slashing wildly and cannot make purchase.
I just moved them in front of him. Nope.
These,
So I am using shield. I'm just using them.
Yeah.
Fuck this.
These two are going to. This one's going to climb up, use their movement to get up there, and make a couple sickle attacks against Deflator. That is a 19 and a 24. AC is 18. Those are hits on Deflator. So many windows open. And this one is going to climb up and do the same, getting in Adney's face, who is taking the dodge action. So we're going to make those rolls. A couple disadvantage attacks against her. Okay, hold on. That's a multi-attack with disadvantage. Is 4 clicks. Okay, so first one is going to hit. You see this one actually slash at Addy, dealing some damage, and then the second attack goes wide, which will bring us to Deflator.
Okay.
Didn't Deflator just go?
Yeah, no.
Well,
Deflator
I'm sorry. I was thinking of Adney, and I saw Deflator next. My fault. B.
Hooray.
Your first real turn, Cake.
I know, I'm finally uninvisible. Hello, I'm here. So I'm gonna stand up from the bushes. Much more composed now. And not crazy. And I'm going to cast Call Lightning at 4th level.
Damn.
Let's go. Alright. Who are you what area are you targeting with that?
I'm gonna target right here.
Okay.
Okay, so yeah, I assume. What's the how big is the circle, or is it just a
60-foot radius.
Well, okay, so that's the area of effect that it has, and then anywhere within that radius you can choose to have it drop down, and it basically targets a point and all things within 5 feet of that point.
Got it. Great. So
that thing is big enough to where she can just drop right on top of him.
Oh, yeah,
and
big
it
time.
doesn't hurt me.
So the creature makes a dex save.
Yeah.
Let me roll that.
Correct.
Let me roll that up. Clicking, and that is a 17.
I
Yep.
believe it takes
That-
half damage.
Yeah, half.
Okay. Okay.
All right, lots of
What was that? What was that 15 roll?
Oh, that was the.
that was the damage. Sorry.
Okay, it's not.
That
the
was
other-
the another thing, yeah.
Okay. Does he take half of 11 or 15?
11.
Half of 11. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
It would take an additional if it's already storming outside, but I don't think you described it as such before.
No.
Okay.
Although that would be super cool.
Yeah.
Okay. Is that B?
I think I'm gonna move a little. Oh no, those are red caps. Never mind.
You can come beat up the ones next to me. I'd be okay with that. I'll share.
The issue is I only. All right, I'll come over.
You got a bear, all right?
You are a bear.
I can bring a bear into the fight.
Yeah, but then you'd lose your call lightning.
No. You can still concentrate. Okay.
Yes.
Call lightning is
You-
concentration. And
you
You don't
can-
lose concentration when you change with wild shape.
Oh.
It's
Got
when at a higher level you can go and cast spells when you're wild shaped, but
Mhm.
at this point you still concentrate on it.
Yeah.
You're just in a fuzzy shape.
Mm-hmm.
I want picnic baskets.
Yeah. I mean, in all fairness, I kind of want picnic baskets too.
I heard piss baskets.
All right, I'm 4 bottles in. All right, leave me alone.
Damn.
That sounds like an insult.
Huh?
Ooh.
I'm 4
Or
bottles
if you,
in.
no. If you call
Oh,
someone a piss basket.
I mean,
it is
yeah.
now.
Garwin, I think. If you're done, B.
Yeah. No, I'm good.
Take another gulp.
So as I'm holding the other 2 here, so to speak, I'm gonna go and I want to rabbit kick this one. For bludgeoning here. So let's see, actions and unarmed. 13 to hit.
That is a miss.
All right. Well, I'm gonna do it again anyway because my hands are kind of occupied at this point.
Hit.
2 bludgeoning.
Okay.
Woo! That's some damage right there. I hope I knocked a hair off his head.
Oh, I missed something. Are they grappling you?
No, they're not grappling me. I've got my hands against their foreheads, basically, just
Okay.
kind of holding them away.
Doing
You know,
all
like you
that.
would do with a little child.
Yeah, gotcha.
All right. Is that a Garwin?
Yeah, that's it.
Okay. She takes it to Octavian.
Cool.
Oh,
It's a success.
big save.
All right, it's me.
And that will roll us back to Ren, back to the top. Ren, you see a lot of things unfolding around you.
Yeah. Well, there's shit going down there. Shit going on here. Edney took a hit, right?
She did.
Does it seem really bad, or
No, just a scratch.
she's next to Deflator, so trying to think of what Red would say.
Something quippy
Yeah,
as he's doing a backflip.
not corkscrew.
Oh,
You see Ren do like Olympic diving.
Everyone probably would jump over here to get a better advantage. And while he's kind of like jumping through the air, he does a spin kick and fires at this thing again.
Okay. .26 will hit.
Fuck it.
Oh! Ren,
Pew.
Yeah.
how do you want to do this?
Oh fuck.
Dude. Bruh.
As the radiant crescents leave Rang's leg and whip out, 2 of them cut off the creature's wings before the last one kind of puts a big slice going through its entire chest.
The creature crumples at the top of the wall, and it's going to slide off down to the ground next to Octavian.
And Ren will draw his blade and point it at this thing. Actually, probably this one. Say, y'all better fuck off.
I want to turn the 2's heads towards the creature and just be like, "You should probably go now."
Bring us, I believe, to Lucian.
all right. That answers that question of what my next move was going to be. Let's see. What's the range? That'll work. Yeah. Alright, Lucan will move right about here. And then we'll Misty Step directly next to Octavian. Reaching into his backpack, he will pop out a syringe and jam it right into his chest. Get
Oh,
up, it's not
God.
time to die yet.
What are you doing?
Using my feet to give you 1 HP.
Oh, that's right. You have heal.
Yep. You ain't dead yet. Get up, Praetor.
I mean, you use a healer's kit to stabilize.
And give 1 HP.
Okay. Cool.
Here you go. Just in case.
Yeah. Ah! As he like, wakes up, you see like his eyes like kind of flicker with that light, and they go back to normal. And I see it's dead. Well, I stalled the fun apparently.
Yeah, a little bit. There's still more fun on the other side of the wall.
All right. Cool. Question, Ellis. Since I went unconscious, does the hilt go down with me, or does it stay for the full 10 minutes until I end it?
Oh, I think it probably stays on. Item like
Okay.
that, I don't think is tied to your consciousness.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure.
Yeah.
If I had to drop the other sword.
Clap on, clap off sort of situation.
Clapper.
I just realized I have one of those.
Of course you do.
As seen on TV at Target. You know it.
That's my turn, by the way.
Okay. Lucan makes a daring dash, disappearing to mist, reappearing next to Octavian.
Still invisible. So, just mist suddenly swirls around in this spot and then swirls around in another spot, and there's still nothing fucking there.
And then
The fuck was in?
And Octavian sits up. Excellent. Brings us to Versailles.
Okay, so seeing the creature fall, if I can get my damn mouse to work, she'll just slowly move up to here, just trying to see what's going on, and she'll see that madcap,
Red cap.
and whatever his name is.
Let's be fair, they're the same thing.
Pretty much.
He's insane, so yeah. So she'll attack it.
Okay.
Definitely some similarities between the red cap and mad cap.
Yes.
And she can attack one more time, right?
Yes, indeed.
Okay.
Yes. Those would both hit. You were attacking this one?
Yes.
Okay. Excellent. Yes, it would indeed take 2 arrow hits for 9 plus 7 is 16 damage. And that would bring us to, if that's it for Versailles, that would bring us to Adney. Adney's going to go back to back with Deflator, making a quarterstaff attack against the one in front of her. Remembering the chiding she received last time, she did not wade into the fray. And she's going to attempt to give it a bonk, but it goes wide, which will bring us to Deflator.
I cast bonk.
Bonk.
All it is pure somatic, or not somatic, verbal. And all you have to do is yell bonk.
Yeah. Justin, you there?
Yeah, what?
We're doing Deflator. I didn't know if you wanted to assist.
So when this thing died, if she was missing any hit points, she would have healed for her Warlock level plus Charisma modifier.
I thought she had to do the final kill for that.
No, it just says if the creature dies.
Oh, they updated that? That's so good.
Yeah. Once you get to Master of Hexes,
Right.
at 14th level, you can shift it, but you don't get the heal in.
How much does she heal?
Warlock level plus Charisma modifier.
Okay, 8 plus 4, 12. Wow. Very cool.
What other spells does she have? Let me look at DMs. She can't do hold person on these guys because they're fey. They're not humanoids.
We don't actually know that.
I think it's a reasonable assumption.
Fair enough.
What does Shadow of Moil do? That's one that like
Like I said, that was a defensive one. I was talking to her last
It's
night.
like you're walking around, you've got shadows licking off of you. Within 10 feet, any creature within 10 feet or something like that goes and takes damage. I don't know if it's when they hit you or if it's some other...
hits you with an attack, which is weird for
Yeah.
concentration spell, but whatever. Yeah, she's not gonna do any spells. She's gonna poke this one first, see if it stands up, and then we'll poke again if it's not dead.
Okay.
Oh, Shadow Moil, it heavily obscures you.
Oh.
So that's
Heavily
nice.
obscured means you.
Attacks would be at probably disadvantage.
Yeah,
and
attacks
and
would
then-
your effect
be a
suffers from
disadvantage.
blindness. Okay.
Resistance to radiant.
Does it say when you're hit or when you're attacked?
When you're hit with an attack.
Damn.
Wow.
It just says
So
when
it
you're
is-
attacked. That'd be so much better.
Yeah.
I'd be too strong.
And then did she get the Polar Master?
If he's still standing, yeah.
Yeah.
Bonk.
Oh wait, that's an extra attack?
It's a bonus action.
Oh yeah. Yes.
Well, I don't even think with her proper bonuses that's actually gonna hit anyways. So
Actually, hold on. 6.
it would be her normal plus to hit with her
8,
glaive
9,
because
10,
it
11, 12,
uses.
13.
It'd be a 14 to hit.
Yeah. No, it's down.
Oh, nice.
Yes. So Deflator is going to reach out with her glaive, taking a couple slashes. Still shimmering with the hex healing energy.
And then she's gonna hop up over here and like start like getting the like wiggling it in the other one's face to distract it from a Garwin.
Mm-hmm.
So hop her over on this square right here.
Right there?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Excellent.
I like this Jaegering thing that we got going on with her.
I know.
Left hemisphere, right hemisphere control.
I know. That's funny.
I love that movie.
Yeah, I think this is good because if anything bad happens, you're to blame, not me.
Yeah, you're just a hand.
Exactly. Actually, so that would bring us at the end of Deflator's turn. As we reach this part of the initiative, there is a great groan, seemingly from the air itself, as the air seems to thicken for a moment. As the great winged beast rises, the slice down its chest, stitching itself back together. Seeing its wings gone, it screams with rage as it uses its movement to scramble at Ren.
What the fuck?
Taking a opportunity attack from Octavian if he wants it.
Yeah, if I'm prone, do I get any disadvantage or no?
Yeah, it's disadvantage.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll do it anyways.
Oh shit!
Well, it only takes 10, but I have Sentinel, so it stops. It goes back over to me, and it stays right here. So I'd say...
Kill you again.
No, it would be like right there, like where the point that it would leave your range.
Yeah.
Basically, I kind of flip the blade around, like reverse grip, and slam it back down into its tail. And because it's a magic blade, it does not break as it tries to move.
Okay.
Back for more, huh? Good. I want to get another hit in.
And anyone... Yes, hold on a second.
You have smite or something?
I can only smite on my turn. I'm pretty sure. Can you? Right? You can only smite on your turn.
I thought it would smite only on attacks.
Well, that's a given.
Let's see.
Well, I mean, reaction attacks are not the same as action attacks.
It just says when you hit with an attack.
Congratulations, you can smite.
Would you allow me to do that, Ellis? Even though we're kind of moving on a bit? Or no?
If you must.
Okay, I will smite it.
You're gonna
The
kill
last
it.
one. 8 radiant damage.
I'm sorry.
Get it out now.
Okay. The creature looks very bad.
Okay, cool. That's all I wanted.
Well, it didn't look good to begin with.
Damn it, Octavian!
That's why I chose Sentinel. I am
that's
the
awesome.
lockdown.
No,
If
that's
there is something that we don't want to move, I will not let it move. As long as it can roll good.
Superman.
This still has its actions.
Superman rolls good. Octavian rolls well. 1 second. I'm playing a game of angles here.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
Oh, it got its fire beam.
Yes, it did. It is worth noting that you can move it down one more. Because that's where it actually would have been.
Oh, was I? I forgot the exact spot.
Yeah, no, I mean, this is the range where he would be moved out of Octavian's range. So he would be able to get to there regardless.
Yes, that does make sense to me.
I am a rules lawyer who plays both sides.
Well,
Evilest of them.
so as the creature rears back up, Octavian pinning its tail down, its wings laying on the ground, separated from its body, black ooze coming out from its chest wound that's just trying to stitch itself back together, a strange arcane energy shimmering on its scales. It is going to breathe a strand of fire at Ren and Deflator.
Oh boy.
And
Dex save?
that is indeed a dex save. And I will roll for Deflator. Oh, geez, you guys are rolling good.
Ren is Ren.
18? Okay, yeah, Ren saves. Ren, you take 15 fire.
I take 0 because of evasion.
Yes.
Ren just like Neo like bullet times. And just leans back.
I've been thinking more leads to the side. Otherwise, his crotch is going to be very lit.
And Deflator appears to take the full.
He isn't that excited.
Ow.
Yes.
Don't get excited! Don't get excited! Don't get excited!
Which will bring us to the creatures, and let's zip that along a bit. We are going to. They're going to. Two are going to attempt to take down a Garwin. Can we get some dex saves from a Garwin as they're trying to kick you down with their boots?
Oh, I suppose.
Okay.
Pair of 13s.
Yeah. So yeah, the first one is going to knock you down. You are knocked prone, and you're going to take 20 bludgeoning damage of Garwin.
All right.
As the second one, attempting to kick you, not realizing you're already down, is actually going to go wide and fall prone himself. And I'll just do... I don't know that, so I remember. The other one, while you're down, is going to make 2 wicked sickle attacks with a multi-attack. It's a 23 to hit and a 7 to hit.
I will shield.
Okay.
So the
Sorry,
first
I was just
one...
reading the spell.
Wait a minute. 20. You said 23?
Actually, this would be with advantage, so a 23, yeah.
Then that would be pointless.
Okay.
Either way, you said 20. How much damage?
So the first hit's going to do 8 slashing.
Okay.
The second is a crit for 15 slashing
All right.
with these sickle attacks.
Ow.
Yes, and then the third one is going to do the same to Adney. Couple hits. 15. What is her AC? One of those is going to miss. The other one is going to do 6 slashing to Adney. And she goes, ah! As we go down to B. B, you see a Garwin get kicked down by these iron boots.
Ah, jeez.
Oh, jeez, Rick.
I hate all of you. No.
We love you too.
Okay, so here's what I'm going to do. Wait, actually, quick question. I need to clarify. If I turn into a bear, can I start attacking on this turn
No.
as a bear? No, I didn't think so. Okay. So in that case, I'm going to try to take a jab at...
There is one down, by the way, if you want to. Just letting you know.
Oh,
I feel
okay.
like
I'm
I
gonna.
should urge you to be a moon druid.
I know. I'm gonna take a hit at that gentleman right there.
It's me.
The red one or the brown one?
Just
You
kick the
red
Garwin.
Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't see the roll. I'm sorry.
I didn't see the roll either.
I don't see any rules.
Oh, and Cake, when I said down, I meant prone.
Sorry, I thought I hit the button and did not go through, and I also wasn't talking.
Okay.
You have advantage, I think.
Yeah, if you want to hit the one who's prone. I said down, but I meant to say prone. I don't know.
Okay, I was very confused because when you said down, I'm like, oh, well, if they're down, then why would I go after that target?
No, I'm sorry.
No,
Sorry. Yeah.
If this one's prone, I'll swing at the one that's prone.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, big hit.
Excellent.
And is that... Okay.
Would you to save your closest
it's-
relative in the party?
It's single-handed, by the way, because my other hand has my staff.
Okay, and that one... Okay, so that is 7 damage? Okay. So that does take a hit. Is that B?
That will be B.
Brings us to a Garwin. A Garwin, you are prone.
Well, I guess I'm getting up, and I'm gonna have to go and draw my bow, I guess.
Okay.
And we're gonna, or not my bow, my fucking blade.
Draw your bow, anyways.
Well, that's probably still in his hand, in all honesty.
Your bow is just laced on both sides with swords.
What?
Nothing.
Oh.
Nothing. Keep going.
So yeah, so I'm gonna spend half my movement getting up, and I'm going to. Which one crit on me? Was it this one?
Yes, it was. Yeah, the one up here.
Okay, well, good. I'm gonna stab him.
Uh, 13 would miss.
And I'm gonna stab him again.
Mm-hmm. We're gonna do it again, folks. Oh,
Nope.
that is a tough break for a Garwin.
Yeah, it is. Because next hit takes me down. Oh well! Throwaway character. Alright, let's pull out the next one.
You ain't dead yet, buddy.
Shut up. Yes, I am.
And
You
it bring-
can't tell me otherwise.
And
Yes, I am. I stabbed myself last week.
he did. A grim
You did?
portent of things to come.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's right. Oh yeah, sorry.
I literally stabbed myself.
How do you know that you're fighting alongside the real Agarwin?
Who's a Garwin anyways? I don't even know him. I just met him. It's like, I'm not the real Garwin. I didn't know who the real Garwin is. What do I care?
Octavian, your head's probably ringing from the experience as this creature has risen. You've pinned its tail down as it tried to make a run for Ren, and instead breathes fire across the field. What do you do?
Well, I'm gonna pull the blade out and kind of roll and kind of stand up at the same time. Breathe deep. Bonus action, last fighting spirit. My character sheet crashed. Give me a second. 5 temp HP. Advantage attacks, and I'm going for blood. Oh!
I had that smite.
Yeah, I know, right?
Wow.
The
Octavian.
first hit.
Octavian. How do you want to do this?
As I kind of pull it back in one fluid motion, kind of like a Dark Souls back roll, and then come back up. And as it's looking at me, I'm gonna kind of bash it in the chin with the shield, and come around with another strike. And this boy's all neck, and I'm just gonna go straight for that and decapitate it.
Wow.
And just like.
As you do this, the head indeed separates as the body crumbles into a heap. The head is going to fall as the great white eyes stay open, appearing to look at you.
Can I take my last attack, since I'm not really gonna have a lot of movement anywhere else, to just stab the head in the brain, like right in the face?
I believe you had another attack anyway, right?
Yeah. Do you want me to roll at all? I'll do it.
Well, rolling's fun. There you go.
25, 16 damage to the head. The remains of the head.
The dead status does not give advantage.
Yeah. I already had it. I had advantage 2 ways, because it would have been a quote technically prone creature, and
It's not prone. It's not a creature anymore. It's now
That's
an
true.
object. So the dead status does not give advantage.
Yeah, 25.
I looked that up a long time ago.
Stand on what's left of this thing's neck and just right through one of its stupid big eyes.
It's because I tried to do it on trolls, and they're like, "Don't I get advantage because it's prone?" Well, technically it's dead. So no.
Either way, that is me, and I'm gonna go over to Lucen and say, the others could use some help. Let's hope this thing doesn't get back up again.
Agreed.
Lucan, could I get an Arcana or History check?
Sure. I will give you Arcana.
With a 19. You would remember in your many years of studies, right, pouring through old dusty tomes, you've seen a similar creature described once in a legend. And you know that its name was Jabberwock.
Oh. That's not good. Is this thing... Do I know if this thing is dead or not?
It looks pretty dead.
That doesn't mean anything. Trolls look pretty dead when you cut off their heads, but then they grow new ones.
Excellent from Octavian. Excellent. That brings us back to Ren.
Ren would say, "Told you to fuck off." Like run over here. He's gonna. One sec. He's just gonna run, jump, and do like a downward stab with his sword at this guy.
Ooh. 15 will hit for 12, right?
Yes.
Yes.
He hasn't been hit yet, right?
This one, no, actually. Oh, big hit for 14 more. Excellent. He's looking bloodied.
Flurry of blow.
Wow. 13 will miss. 24 will hit for 6 bludgeoning. Excellent.
That's me.
Excellent. Ren steps to Adney's aid, wreaking vengeance upon this poor Redcap, who looks very much worse for wear, as we come to Lucan.
Is this an increase of or incline?
It is.
How big is that incline?
I think we said. Let me think for a second.
3 to 4 feet.
Yeah, so to get up
There's
here,
one near me.
yeah, is about 4 feet, and then you'll see there's like some stone here, which is probably another 2 feet. So like this platform is 6 feet off the ground.
Okay. I want to climb up there.
Yes, indeed.
I will assume that's going to take me an extra step. Can I see these guys down here?
From there you could indeed, and you would see your friend Agarwin appears to be fighting them off.
All right. Then, without another word, and without, well, actually, no. Do I need a word? Oh, no, I guess with with a resounding sound of quiet that would ring out in all three of their heads, as I use a Tasha's Mind Whip at 4th level.
Ooh. Okay, let's do some intelligence saves. Let's do 3 of them.
What level is Tasha's Mind Whip?
2nd.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so if you go to 4th, yeah, you can get 3 of them.
Yep.
Nice.
Which I found out
Oh.
that I have a brand new respect for a different spell that I have not used, but I have, which is called Phantasmal Killer.
Yeah.
It's 4d6 every turn,
Yeah.
or 4d10.
Yeah. Phantasmal Killer's pretty nasty.
So those are actually 3 fails, Lucan. So they would each take 11 psychic.
Damage, and also they can only take an action, a bonus action, or a movement for their turn. Not like I plan that they're going to go anywhere, but still.
Okay. Excellent. Lucan does something dark and mysterious as you see the 3 red caps sort of grab at their heads and they seem like they're in agony. We'll come to Versailles.
Trail of blood out of their nose.
Yes.
Okay, so she's gonna fire a shot at this one.
Okay. The more reddish one.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. 17 would hit for 6 piercing.
And she's gonna attack this one.
The one next to him.
This one up here.
Okay. Great.
Pew.
Another hit for 10. Versailles, with that hit, it's going to lodge into its chest, and you'll see that one actually go down.
Good.
Goes down with a resounding.
Good.
Yes. Good. Good. Excellent from Versailles. Adney, shoulder to shoulder with Ren, is going to make a quarterstaff attack on the red cap.
Cap.
Yes.
Red cap.
Yes. For a 9, she cannot find purchase with her quarterstaff. Let me just check her. Oh, wait a minute. No. That is Adney. Great. Moving on to Deflator.
Can I say, Red, seeing her with the quarterstaff, he'd probably just say, I think you were better off with the dagger you had before.
This isn't working at all.
It's working fine, trust me. I know.
Must.
All right. Is this one prone?
They are. Yes. I feel so bad for Leg with the internet.
Yeah. Yeah, she's gonna go for this one that's prone and poke him at advantage.
Yep. Okay. I forgot I have to click that. Let me go over here.
Yeah. No. Like I said, I do it, but
2 pokes. Okay.
All right.
Oh, 2 hits. This one is actually. Hold on. 14, 24. Yep, that one goes down.
Look at her shit again. Yeah. She'll move. No, she'll stay there. Just she'd have to get within 5 feet to use the the bonus action attack on that one, but
Okay.
I think she likes her elevated position right now.
Probably.
Okay.
Makes sense to me. Which will bring us to these last two red caps. The one near Agarwin. Agarwin, you are not prone. You are standing on your feet.
No, I'm standing at the moment.
Yes, indeed. We'll make 2 attacks, regular attacks. Oh, a 19 and a 25.
How long does shield last? One turn?
Till the end of your turn.
Did you cast it? I didn't think you cast it.
Yeah.
Oh, you
No,
did?
I didn't.
I didn't. Yeah.
You cast it before, not now.
Until the start of your next turn.
Okay.
So my next turn hasn't started yet, so it's a +5.
No,
So they need at least a 23.
until the start of your turn, essentially, not the start of your next turn.
It literally says until the start of your next turn. So.
I used it as... No,
So,
because
yeah.
they attacked me this round.
If they then yeah, the start of your turn.
So I would say that would be, it's the red cap's turn, right? Made an attack. Agarwin uses the reaction, and then at the beginning of Agarwin's turn, I think it would drop.
Yes.
If I'm reading it correctly.
Yeah, so my next turn doesn't go and happen until
After B.
Yeah.
Okay, but that is so then the 19 would miss, so you would take 7 slashing from the 25.
Yes.
Are you still up?
No, I'm down.
Oh, it's 7. Okay.
No, I had 6.
Oh shit. Okay, you'd see this red cap sort of take a very mean slash. It looks like the sickle is going to find purchase on Agarwin's shoulder, but Agarwin, making an arcane gesture, this shimmering field surrounding him, it appears to deflect the first hit. The second one, he re-engages, coming even more right on center mass, and it somehow gets through the field, damaging Agarwin, and he's going to crumple to the ground. Which brings us to the other one. Actually, is going to make
save my shit.
Yeah, seeing Ren come into the fray, this one is actually going to make 2 sickle attacks at Ren. The last one standing over here on this side. A 19 and a 16.
First one hits.
That would be 8 slashing at Ren.
Okay.
Ren's like, so, you have chosen death.
You woke up and chose violence, huh?
That brings us to B.
All right. B is going to use her cantrip Primal Savagery, and I'm going to take a swing at the red cap that just took down my closest relative.
On the face side. Yep.
I was gonna say, damn it, I didn't know you were related. Or is it just the closest relative to you at this moment?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, technically.
All right.
Oh,
That's good.
big hit.
All right. A critical hit and a miss. Awesome.
You didn't. What do you mean miss?
Oh, max damage on one die and minimum on the other.
Yeah.
Oh, I see. This red cap B with this savage attack is looking quite bloodied indeed.
Excellent.
If that is all from B.
And yeah, that'll be my turn for now.
Excellent. We will move to Agarwin.
Dead safe.
I'm gonna get up and run around.
Start juggling.
Alright, so let's see here. Why won't it let me roll?
Did you move your HP to 0?
Yeah, it's at 0.
You should just have a dice in the middle.
Nope. It
Weird.
doesn't.
Roll d20.
You could, yeah, I was gonna say, just roll a d20 and you can mark off the result.
That's weird. You could refresh beyond as well. I don't know.
Yeah, I'll try that.
Ooh,
Oof. Ouch.
that's a 7.
Yep, it's... Like I said, don't worry guys, I got extras. Grab my shit.
Octavian.
All right, seeing that the creature's not getting back up this time,
I don't know. Stab it a couple more times just to be sure.
In all honesty, yeah, do it.
I'm gonna breathe deep and do a second wind.
Okay.
I get 8 hit points back.
And then actual action, healing hands.
I thought about it, but
Yeah, don't worry about it, Garland.
yeah.
I'm not.
I'm gonna go over there. And I'm gonna take the dodge action.
Okay.
I would use my boots of speed, but I need to use my bonus action to heal. So that's
And your radiant's down, right? But we can just see the.
yeah.
Just for.
I forgot to put the little icon on it. Yeah, when it's up, I'll put like
Yeah, that's all good.
this icon up,
Sure.
or something like it.
Excellent. So yes, those of you who couldn't see around the corner would see Octavian stride from the rubble, coming down and taking a defensive position. Versailles, yes, you would be very close to this. Which will bring us to the top of the order to Ren.
Right.
The red cap has indeed slashed at you, damaging your robes.
Damn it! Now I need a tailor, you prick.
Technically not. She does have mending.
Does a 13 hit?
The 13 would go wide.
Come on, man.
Wow. Ren is.
I'm gonna use. I just remembered I have inspiration. I'll use it on that last one.
Oh, great.
Does a 15 hit?
It will indeed push it over for 5 bludgeoning.
5. Oh, damn it.
It's like it's dodging all of your attacks, and the last one you just get frustrated, kicking in the balls.
Yeah. It is indeed hanging to life, Ren, by the look of it.
That's me.
Okay. Brings us to Lucien.
All right. Let's see. Who goes before that? That one. How's this one looking?
That one is looking quite bloodied.
Yeah, he'll probably be fine. All right, he will hop his way down, stop right here, pull out the med kit that he still has, and jam another syringe into a Garwin. Your turn. Get up.
I'll lay down. Leave me alone.
I'm sleeping.
Nope.
5 more minutes.
Not with that adrenaline pumping through you. 1 HP for you.
All
I was
right.
gonna use Wither and Bloom, but then, be walked directly in front of everything.
Be's large.
True. And that's my turn.
Excellent. From Lucien. A spark of life flickers across Agarwin's eyes as he seems to be roused, bringing us to Versailles.
Okay, she's gonna move forward just a little bit.
Okay.
She's gonna take the dodge action and ask Octavian if he's alright.
I'm fine. Just keep your eyes peeled. We're not out of this yet.
Yeah. Alright, and that's the end of her turn.
Mm-hmm. Excellent. Adney's going to say to Ren, I agree about the dagger. Perhaps we could see about getting me a proper sword. But for now, and she's going to try the quarterstaff one more time.
Just throw it.
For an 11. She's rolling very poorly. She's actually going to take the quarterstaff, break it in half, and throw it over the bridge. It brings us to Deflator.
At least throw it at them.
I know, I just throw it at him.
Deflator wants to be a little extra. Have her hop up on the damaged rampart here, and she's gonna Eldritch Blast that one and that one. Just gonna hold out her hands at both angles, just.
Okay.
Finger guns.
Excellent. 2 Eldritch Blasts.
Alright, so the 24 will hit that one.
The one next to Ren?
Yeah.
Okay.
I designated the one first, so he gets the first beam, which misses, and
Okay.
he gets the second beam.
That which would indeed take that one down.
So just looked around. Sorry, I was hoping I could get both.
I was tempted to just magic missile both of them, but I was like, I don't want to take away their kills. And just in case our Garwin could die.
Real quick, also, Ellis, move for a token right there.
I'm sorry, down one?
Yeah.
Yes.
Down one and I think to the right one? No, you're fine.
Yeah, that's fine.
I mean, is she standing on the wall?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
That works too. Yeah.
That'll be her turn.
Excellent. As a note, I don't know if I know you cannot see your sheet. Deflator is at 16 over 54. Just,
Oh, okay.
Just as a note.
Okay.
Brings us from Deflator to the last remaining red cap. Very focused on a Garwin, actually.
Just picked him up.
A 17 and a 24.
17 would hit. 'Cause if it's meets, it beats.
That is 19 slashing to a Garwin.
He's down. He's back to being dead.
All right, don't.
As I'm going down, I'm like, seriously, guys, really?
All right, don't waste the thing. I'll pop him back with the.
I can't. I
thing.
can only do it once a day for a per person.
Oh.
Really,
Really?
for the stabilizer?
Yeah, I'll stabilize one time per person.
Oh, I thought it was the like.
I'll have to double check.
I think
Well,
it's
you can heal once per rest. I don't think there's a limit on stabilizing.
As action, you can spend one turn to spend a additional. The creature can't regain HP from this feat again until it finishes his long or short rest. I mean, that could be taken as both ways. It just says the creature cannot regain HP from this feat, but it also says the creature also regains 1 HP when you stabilize.
I feel like if they wanted to clarify that, it would be they can't. If the intention is that the hit die extending heal, they can't regain hit points in this way again, but it's not specified, so yeah, it's whatever.
It's DM's discretion at that point.
I mean, yeah, I can't go and gain health from like a health potion side of it, but it's enough to stabilize you at 1 hit.
So, I mean, because here's the thing, if that's the case where you only get the 1 hit point once, there's literally no reason to ever do that and not just use the healing feature, which gives you 1d6 plus 4 plus whatever.
Yeah.
Right.
True.
Yeah, because like I feel like the intention is that the 1d6 plus 4 is meant to be something that you can do like like short rests and stuff.
Do I need to make a call?
No.
Kind of.
Not really at the moment.
Okay.
Yeah. We're reaching some kind of a consensus. But this is going to require research.
Yeah. Just somebody tweet Jeremy Crawford.
I would, but the fucker hasn't answered my last question, so screw him.
I'll be right back.
Screw him. Jeez. Okay, let me think. That was we're at B, I believe. B.
All right, I'm just gonna grab my spear and I'm gonna try to just jam it into this guy in front of me. Hardcore.
And 11 is going to go a little wide.
Ah, fuck. I don't think I can do anything else. I don't think I have a second attack, so.
Okay. B attempts to turn the last red cap, who's there's blood coming out of his nose, into a shish kebab.
Just a swing and a miss.
Yes, which will bring us to
Could
a
have
Garwin.
polymorphed him into a caterpillar.
Yes, a Garwin for another death save. A caterpillar.
Oh, here we go.
Ugh.
You really shouldn't have stabbed yourself earlier.
Apparently, I shouldn't have.
Octavian. Versailles has come up and has inquired. I believe you've exchanged words.
Okay. We're all the way down there, and he's not dead yet. Okay.
I got 2 more rounds, or 64 damage before I die.
Well, one attack is because you're done, and is an auto crit, so one attack will kill you.
Oh, that's
All right.
true.
All right, click boots of speed, bonus action. Run up behind this guy, and I'm just gonna stab him.
Stabby stab. Oh! How do you want to do this?
I'm gonna run up, kind of speed past B. Her hair just kind of from the me displacing air. I'm gonna kind of take the shield, bonk it on the head with like the edge of it to disorient it. I'm gonna stab it right through the chest, lift him up, and just throw him over my back.
Wow.
Because I've been working on the railroad.
Excellent. And from this side of the map,
Oh God.
You would feel the same sort of pulse in the air that you felt before, but different this time. And you would see that the head, which had been severed, the eyes, which were looking in Octavian's direction, close as the entire carcass begins to turn to dust. And as the sack of scales and sinew slowly slips from the slab, there is a small snap in the south, and slithering silvery smoke swiftly scatters, showing Sula, who solemnly states, "The common tongue is altogether insufficient to express what you have all done and what you have given. However, to sum up a fraction of the feeling from the forest, I would merely say, we are in your debt."
And then we all left.
Sorry, I'm.
I know. I just like teasing.
Yeah.
And that will bring us out of initiative.
All right, real quick, I'm just gonna run up over to Garwin, just kind of do my healing hands feature, and he's gonna get hit points.
Excellent. Would it be okay? Could we just take a quick 5?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, I very badly am very. I'm very curious to see what
Stop
you all
moving,
discuss.
Versailles.
Yes. Be right back.
It's like as we walk towards Versailles just keeps walking. Like, stop it! Stop! Oh, right, I'm invisible.
Exactly.
He just reappears. Okay, let me take a look at your wounds.
I'm just gonna lay on the ground and be like, are we done yet? Can I go home? It kind of hurts.
There you go, Versailles. You can add 18 HP to yourself.
Okay.
As I put an obsessive amount of band-aids on you.
Yeah, from the burns.
Band-aids are useful.
I didn't say that they weren't. Just probably would have been smarter to use some salve.
Yeah,
didn't think it
here's
was-
the Neosporin.
Neosporin in there.
Neosporin.
Yeah, Neosporin.
Neosporin doesn't work for burns.
Oh, it does. Oh, it doesn't.
No, you need aloe, actually.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the aloe. I don't go outside enough. Like
I got it even
the
better.
most.
I'll put a band-aid on it and give it a kiss.
That'd be
Thanks,
kinda
Mom.
awkward. I guess if Lucian really did do that, he'd just get a really weird look from Versailles.
It works, doesn't it? I should gained 18 HP from it.
Yeah.
He's lucky he
Yeah.
didn't do it to a Garwin. I'd
Maybe
give
that
him
was
the world's
mouth
best
mouth.
mom. Oh yeah, world's best mom mug. Fuck yeah. Bet you.
Pulls it randomly out of his pack.
Prestidigitation.
Yeah, on the front of it, it would just have dryads on there. Like, I found it.
I was gonna say it was like a wood mug and it's carved, but it's like half the words are misspelled.
World's best.
I found it. Sorry.
No, you rescued it. That's the word you want to use.
Yes, from those wood-hating dryads. Oh hell yes.
Try it.
Yeah, that was that was literally carved out of somebody's mom.
Ooh. That's bad.
Like a car with that was a funerary urn.
I am a wood elf. I know these things. Dwarves can lick stone and tell all its secrets. I just have to hug it.
You got that from bread. You got that from bread.
No, actually, that's legit in the mountain dwarf thing. I believe
is
that's
just they lick it?
part of their racial trait.
I thought it was they look at it and they abrase it. They lick it.
I don't know. I think that's actually part of it is the licking it or something. I think it says
Sam looked
something
his
like
staff
taste.
earlier.
I can't find consensus on the whole healer thing, by the way. I've looked at like 5 different forums in the last like 15 minutes.
They have different responses to each one.
Yeah, and it all really just kind of boils down to DM interpretation is the main thing I could get.
That's what I figured at the end of it. So I'll ask Ellis when he gets back.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of Ellis, I need to talk to him about what we're gonna do about that particular thing if we leveled up here. Because if we leveled up, I have a way out of this forest.
True. Well, because you get 5th levels, and you would take what? Teleportation circle?
Correct.
Don't you need to know where a permanent teleportation circle is?
So when you get the spell, you learn 2 locations of teleportation circles as soon as you grab it. Me and Ellis have been talking and said that I already have 2.
Okay. Gotcha.
But it has a pretty hefty material component.
Yes, it does, and Lucan would have already had it. I mean, he has a bag full of a lot of shit.
Including teacups.
And, well, no, the teacups are prestidigitation.
I know, I was making a joke.
He just has a lot of teacups.
That's also
It's almost
possible.
like he just pulls them out of thin air. It's weird.
But I mean, there was an entire town that he lived in by himself with millions of dead people for miles. He got some good stuff.
You make an excellent point.
He didn't get that bag from nowhere. Again, this was something I've been discussing with Ellis. But whether or not I have the materials already is up to him. Miss anything?
No, not really.
No.
Okay.
I was sitting here thinking, like, well, if anyone wants to RP, now's the time.
Hello, hello.
Oh,
Hello. I got stuff on my shirt, so I had to get up and clean it off.
Oh, you spilled shit on yourself?
Sort of.
Yes, so we're out of initiative.
Ren wants to look at this thing.
You would see that the body itself, parts of it are crumbling into sort of like a black dust, but it was certainly green and scaly, almost hairy, with parts of like sinew sort of hanging from its. What did it say?
Body.
Yes, tendrils of flesh and scale.
Ren's like, wasn't that scary?
Well, I could agree.
Painful.
But then again, I don't think you or me ever got hit by it.
Exactly. Not scary.
But it did kill the Praetor. Well, sort of.
what's
Yeah,
this about
it's not-
killing me?
When did I get a promotion?
You fell asleep on the
Yes.
floor with a fist to your face.
It looked more like a sickle.
You got stabbed.
I could be wrong. Could be wrong.
No, you got stabbed. That's my doctor's opinion. You got stabbed twice.
Well, I
my
feel
fish-
better about that.
My official medical opinion. Bitch, you got stabbed.
There you go.
Well, B, I suppose we held up our end of the bargain, yes? B?
Cake.
I'm sorry. Excuse me.
Were you playing Pokemon?
I was not playing Pokemon. No, what you might be hearing actually is the very cool mariachi band that's playing in the background right now.
Ooh.
So we held up our end of the bargain.
Well, I guess that's true. I'll start showing y'all the way out of here. I mean, I really do appreciate you helping us kill this thing, but I don't know. I still feel lost in the current moment. I don't feel any better about killing it.
It will set in eventually. We should head back to the Emperor Thing's camp, and probably stop that one guy from turning into a tree.
Don't we have to meet
I
this?
guess you're right.
Too many people talking. Wow, that's some feedback. You were saying, Ren?
Don't we have to go meet this Bastion? At least that's what we need to do.
Yes, I believe Sula mentioned something about that being a part of the reward for killing this thing.
Sula, who was sort of coming from the brush, would say, "I hope you will forgive me personally for not joining the fray. My kind don't do well with fire."
That is perfectly understandable. I think
Nah.
it's obvious that we had it handled, but
We bodied that bitch.
yes, bodied that bitch.
Don't try and be cool, Octavian. You're not good at it.
Should learn to pick my battles. Yes. Well,
Yes.
I think before we head out, Sula, I think we need to tend to. Some of us need to tend to our wound before we are able to
Yes.
travel.
Yes, we should rest here. It is safe. My people can watch the perimeter to give you time to rest, and when you're ready, I can take you to Bastion.
So no to the tiny hut, or are we tiny hutting?
Well, how much time do we have left for like travel time?
Oh, great question. I'm trying to go last week. Probably a couple hours if you wanted.
Couple hours.
Ren's good with the short rest. I don't care about that.
Yeah, I think we should do a short rest now, and then just use whatever time we have left in the day to travel towards the Bastion.
As long as we don't get into another fight.
That's why I want to do the short rest first.
I'm out of spell
Alright.
slots.
Oh, damn.
Yeah. I got 2 level 3s left. That's all I got.
Let's see. Oh, damn. Good, good, good. Let's see. 22, 34.
Does Atney have the Song of Rest?
Checking. She does indeed. Garwin, she does not have her own instrument with her. Did you just what do you have with you? Just a violin?
Ellen.
Violin. While we're resting, she might ask your permission to give it a pluck.
Yeah, I'd give it over.
Yeah. So with that, she would activate Song of Rest. So go ahead and add an extra 1d6.
4.
It's enough to max me out.
I'm pretty close, but I'm gonna keep that
Nice.
extra hit die just in case.
Are you gonna heal up, Versailles?
I'm trying to figure out what you guys are clicking.
Oh.
Click short rest at the top of your screen.
Okay.
Yeah. It looks like
And
a
then you'll see
campfire.
something that says the name of your class, then roll hit
Mhm.
die.
Okay.
Hit roll hit die.
Mm-hmm.
How many
Really?
times?
Until you feel like you're comfortable.
Yeah. So you can do it. You can do a hit die roll for as many hit die as you have total levels. But you get all of those back when you finish a long rest. So if
Half
you
of
use all of them, now, you won't have it more the next time you do a short rest. And you
Okay.
can mark them off and hit take short rest, and then any abilities that you might have for your class that refresh on a short rest will refresh on your sheet.
Okay.
That was a bit of an info dump, but
No, I got it.
okay, good.
It's how my brain works.
No, it was great. It was great.
And don't forget, you get you get 1 extra
Alright.
d6
That'll
for
be
that.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. So did you?
Roll an additional d6, Versailles.
Yeah. If you're
Just a second.
if your HP is not at max, yeah, you can.
Well, it would be after those 2 rolls.
Oh,
Nice.
then you're good.
Yeah, I think Versailles just took that first initial hit.
Yeah, she just took the fire beam, and then that was it.
Then she just shot what she could.
Get hit by a fire beam. Can you imagine?
Can't have shit in Detroit.
All right. Looks like we took our short rest.
Heal up.
Unless Cake would like to roll some.
I'm okay. Actually, one thing that I would like to do, I'd like to. Where is it? It's in my features and traits. I'm gonna use my natural recovery so that I can get my 4th spell slot back. It just allows me to get a spell slot. As many spell slots as I need, as long as they all total up to the 4 levels. So just one 4th level spell slot.
One of the.
I didn't know druids got that.
I think it's an optional one.
Ah. I was like, that's already.
No, that's too
covered.
strong to be. That's too strong to be optional.
No, it's not.
I think it's a land druid thing.
Yeah, it's a land druid. Yeah, it is a land druid thing. Yeah, so land druids get basically like a druid version of arcane recovery.
Recovery. Yeah.
It's pretty cool.
Mm-hmm. All right. Shall we take off then?
Yes, if you will lead the way, Sola. Does she know? I don't think anybody else does. Okay.
He knows it.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
know that. Yeah.
The Sula, that's a Gabriel fellow. He's alive and not a tree, right?
There are many types of trees.
You know what he means.
I can speak for myself, Octavian.
Ooh. You would notice a smile cross Sula's face probably for the first time, and she would say, "Yes, he's resting quite comfortably."
I said alive, not comfortable.
Well, in Junipera, and strangely, he seems to be in no great hurry to return to his camp.
Oh, gee, I wonder why.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, let's go meet this thing and let's get out of here.
Okay. Sula would lead you north. And you would travel for a few hours. And up ahead, as you're cresting over one particular hill, in the distance you would see something shimmering just as the sun's beginning to set. And Sula would say to you, B, as you're walking, and anyone within earshot, but she'd say to B, B, have you ever laid eyes on Hollow Pond?
I'm going to assume that she has not.
Okay. She'd say.
Oh, sorry.
No, please go ahead.
I was asking if she has.
I think he had said. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think you'd been this far from home before. But
no, I haven't. So
Yeah,
then
you
I
could-
would take it that I have not seen it.
yeah, if you wanted to have been, then certainly that's fine. But
No, I probably have not, so that's okay.
yes, she'd say. It is something to see. We should rest soon, but we will arrive in the morning, and that is where lies Bastion's Hollow.
All right, well, I'll be ready for it. I don't know. I haven't heard much. I'm actually a little nervous coming this far from home, I won't lie, but I'm just hoping that I can uphold. I just want to uphold my end of the bargain with these gentlemen and fine folks here.
Steal your resolve, Beatrice. I know that whatever you choose to do, you will. If you were to put your thumb on the scale of any problems in this world, I think you would shift it to the side of good.
I think that's cheating.
I don't really think I'm allowed to put my hands on the scale when they're in use, right?
She just sort of looks at you quizzically and says, "You have the spirit of the Verawood inside you, B.
And the intelligence of the trees.
Oh, thanks. I get told that I'm pretty smart sometimes. I appreciate that.
I don't know where your friends intend to go. They seem to have different goals, but what will you do, B? I think I feel that your destiny might lead you outside of these woods, but of course it is your choice."
We can go kill some
Well-
giant flying creatures.
I haven't really decided what I'm going to do. I'm nervous to see where we're going. I mean, I haven't really been out this far before. I mean, like, I know where I'm going, but in all reality, I'm pretty nervous. I don't really know yet. I'm excited to see where the world takes me, I guess.
We fine, don't worry.
I know
We
that.
should,
Trust me,
we should
I'm
wrestle
an
the
expert.
world.
Yes, I know that Dory Dark and your people will be safe now that the Winged Madness has been vanquished. So, if the call of the outside world calls to you, then feel safe answering, knowing that your people are safe.
I don't know. I'm with with my with my little brother gone. I don't know really if I can even go back and face them. I'd love to let them know that I'm all right, but maybe getting out of these forests will be good for me, and it'll give me some time to really, process what happened, sort of come to terms with everything.
Sula would put her hand on your arm, and her fingers would grow out a little bit, wrapping around, giving you sort of a tight embrace, and say, "Know that if you do choose to go home, I'm sure you'll be welcomed as a hero."
I really appreciate that, Sula. You've been a real nice friend to me so far.
The peace between your people in the forest has lasted for many, many years, and I don't think anything could break it.
Well, that's good to hear. Now, hopefully, these people here will trust me when I say that the forest is trusting of me. But hey, I digress. We're almost out of this forest anyway, so say la vie. Am I right? Who said that? That's Goblin, right?
Close enough.
Yes. And with that, you would probably reach close to the end of your traveling day.
Wait, are we taking a long rest or?
More than likely. We're ending near the end of our travel.
God.
Yes, that's what that is indeed what I said.
Okay.
Right. I will take lap watch.
I think they said they just watch us.
Oh. Okay. Let's put up that dome anyways.
All right. Nice and warm in there. I know.
Long rest.
So the dome goes up, and your long rest begins. Did you ask Sula to keep a watch?
Yes. Ask if she could keep the watch like she said she would.
Yes. You would see her go to a nearby tree, and she disappears. And after about a minute, you would hear a rustle from different sides from where you are, and you would see some familiar faces, some not so familiar, take up a perimeter. Various dryads forming a perimeter around your camp.
Oh yeah, I was gonna ask, did we level up or not yet?
Not yet.
Okay.
We were, and you asked the question.
No, that was probably what caused it.
Alright. I have clicked my long rest button.
Great. So now, so the dryads are watching, so no one has to take a watch, right?
Sure.
As you finish your long rest, the morning before, you notice that the sun didn't seem to rise. It was either hidden behind deep dark clouds, or perhaps something of a more arcane nature was happening. But this morning, you do see the rosy glow of a bright dawn, and with this, you are indeed level 9.
Oh shit.
Okay, now the big question. Do I take a samurai level, or do I take a paladin level?
Yes.
Yes.
The samurai level is kind of boring, but it's whatever. But the paladin one's really important, and I still don't know what oath I want to do.
Yes.
Let me look at
Yes. Got that. Have cinematic static. Ellis,
Yo.
you never did get back to me on whether or not I would have those materials for the teleportation circle.
Oh yeah. Well, I'm not being a dick. They weren't on your character sheet, so I don't think you have them.
I didn't really add a whole lot to my character sheet. I won't lie.
That's fair. Yeah, I would say like especially like having been captured, you definitely had some stuff in your bag of holding, but I don't think you were flush with regents. If that makes sense.
That's your call, man.
Yeah.
Okay, if I do an oath, I would either do crown, maybe vengeance, but like vengeance is pretty vanilla. What do I get at the samurai level again? Let's see. Yeah, I'm not ready to take the oath yet, so I'm gonna go samurai.
Really?
Yeah,
Cool.
I'm not ready for that.
Ren can now run along vertical surfaces and across liquids.
Oh Jesus.
Yep.
That's all we need.
B got 5th level spell slots, so now I can commune with nature and tree stride, which is very exciting.
Nice.
Oh, is that the same thing
So-
the dryads can do?
It's when they go from like tree to tree, just like teleporting in between them.
Shit, B can do that.
I can, yeah.
Wow.
Sucks that we're leaving the forest now.
I know, it's gonna be just like a concrete jungle.
I mean, it's not like there aren't trees elsewhere, but like.
No, I'm never adding a tree to a battle map again. No, I'm just adding
Well,
one tree.
Welcome to the desert map.
Yeah. Yeah, so I get at Samurai 7, I get Elegant Courtier, so whenever I make a Charisma Persuasion check, I gain a bonus to the roll equal to my Wisdom, and I also gain proficiency with Wisdom saving throws.
Nice.
So I am a fighter who has 4 saving throw proficiencies.
Wow.
So I got Strength, Con, Wisdom, and Charisma for my feet.
Jeez. That is formidable.
Oh yeah.
And of course, everyone's proficiency goes up.
Oh yeah. +4. Got a fancy +10 to hit with that hilt.
Yeah.
All right. Excellent. Now I can actually have a better chance at actually persuading people.
Nice.
It's pretty good.
Now I can blow people's heads up.
Like you're like that one person in The Boys.
Don't like that guy.
Yeah.
I think I'm making him a psychic necromancer.
That kind of makes sense. You're a amethyst dragon, so you have like an affinity for psionics already.
Yeah. And also a necromancer. Which
Yeah.
still haven't gotten to play with that yet. I'll get to it one day.
Yeah.
Whose fault's that?
I'd have to say your guys's for being not okay with necromancy.
Yeah, I'm perfectly fine with it.
Well, it's
I mean,
never
my
been,
character might not be,
it's
but
never been brought up.
Yeah.
You didn't say you
Yeah,
like you said. Hey,
we
can I try some
technically still don't know
necromancy?
that you are.
I mean, we ran into one zombie and everyone called it an abomination and killed it on sight. You'll have to forgive me if I assume a little bit after that.
That's fair. That's fair.
Hey, in all fairness, I was just killing myself.
Which almost came to fruition.
I tried. What can I say?
So I just now looked at between our character sheets. How do I have more hit points than Octavian?
Roll better.
Your con is probably better. 'Cause I have +2 for con.
You have what?
I have +2
Plus
for
2?
con.
Oh, I have +3.
Yeah, so
Okay.
on average you have a little bit more than me.
Deflator does not get armor of hexes till 10.
Oof.
But she's gonna get some new spell slots.
Heck yeah. I think at 9 they also warlocks also get an invocation, I think. Yeah, they do learn a new invocation.
Oh, cool.
Their spell slots go up to 5th, and they learn a new spell. So,
Very cool.
noise. Alright. Well, I think we're all good to go.
As the morning is unfolding, Sula would certainly come by, see if everybody's awake, seeing you sort of, beginning your morning. She might say, just looking and seeing if anyone looks like they want to talk to her. She might be kind of looking to see if anyone's not too busy.
But Sam is just there, existing in the way he always does. Slightly off to the side and not talking to anyone.
She would address the group sort of in general and say, your path forward, the next steps, have you considered them?
Depends on what the Bastion has to say. There are a lot of questions that we still need answered.
The Bastion is of few words. I would expect less. I would temper your expectations for answers. But what questions might you have?
If it
Are we
knows
there
of-
yet?
A good question.
I am certain that both for myself and Deflator, there is a question lingering about the so-called corruption that is within this forest. It's caused things like this flying madness to approach. The whole reason that the Nire sent us here to deal with a problem so that she would have the power to push it back. But given some of the revelations that I have had about her, I don't want to do her bidding. I don't think she needs any more power to go to her overinflated ego.
In all
So
fairness, she's been alive a shit ton longer than you are. She's kind of deserved that ego.
Either way, doesn't make it right.
I should have been a mage.
Either way, if there is another way to combat this threat, while also doing some other things that we want to do beforehand that don't involve burning down a sacred tree, then maybe then maybe this Bastion will know. That's... I don't know what's... Well, right, I know. That's on the docket. You just need to get... That's just true.
By the way, no one knows what you and Sula talked about, right? Because you never brought it up.
No. I can, if you want.
Okay, good.
What's the question?
The one we had the session before?
Yeah.
About what Nire's plans seem to have been.
Yes.
Lady Sula, if you would it be alright if I mention to them what we talked about the other day?
Of course, there are no secrets here.
On one of my watches the other day, Lady Sula was skulking about. Had a bit of a conversation, and she reassured me that Gabriel was docile and unharmed. But in talking with her, I learned that it deeper insights to Nire's plans going far before. What was the like saying that she said during the thing? Like what there's a saying that she said, then I had a really good like history check or something on it.
The
I don't
same.
remember what she said. Yeah, she said something about I don't know. There was something that she said that I had to make a roll for. That's where I got that info. It had something to do about the promise to Vnod and everything like that, and about how she thinks, how she thinks that like Nire purposefully put a lot of this in motion to topple Vanador so that Elven lands could expand.
Yes.
Or something like that.
Yes. Yeah. Let me just quickly look that up.
I just can't remember all the details right now.
Yeah, she said as long as Wolfhair is here and Vanador lives, the Curator cannot restore the hegemony of the Eladrin. As long as there's a living heir, the pact Anira made with Vanad is not broken. But you got the impression that Nire didn't expect. And Sula, I believe Sula indicated that these were, that she's having a hard time parsing the machinations of an Archfey, basically.
Mm-hmm. Based on the two of us have discussed, it seems that long ago, and I pull out the hilt, the wielder of this blade a pact with that Archfey, and it was binding beyond simple signing of papers. And so long as there is a living heir from Vanad, then those lands belong to Vanador. With Wolfhair here alive, that means the pact cannot be broken. Not without great effort, or more effort than she is willing to put in, or without incurring some sort of cosmic wrath, I don't know. And considering that she told us she gave Terracin the scroll that put Wolfhair and his army here, I think it's obvious that she intends to force the contract to be null and void some way.
Who's Terracin?
The wolf here's sister, the person Octavian protected.
So she was. Yeah, this is out of character, just so I know because I. So she was given a scroll that fucked over her brother.
Yeah. So based on what I remember from what Ire said in the final session before she fucked us over, she said that she gave, well, not to Terracin specifically, she gave it to Terracin's mother, who was from Eastridge, right?
Yeah,
Or
she was from Altair.
She's from Altair. So, and then Terracin stole it, knowing that it was, magically powerful. She was gifted with magic. She was like a sorcerer or something like that. And she basically, the only thing that she knew is that it could grant her basically enough power to do what she wanted, basically. But it backfired. Well, it either did exactly what she intended to, or it backfired in some way. But perhaps Wolf here being alive was not part of the plan. Possibly not even having Terracin alive, either, because we know she's alive too in the other tower. But I don't know.
What was it just said that but if Terracin is in like the air or whatever in charge, then because she's part elf, she can just turn the lands over to the elves, right?
Probably that could be it too. She might not be, because Wolf here and her half siblings, right? They have different mothers, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So Wolf here is the only pure heir, quote unquote. So with him being alive, the pact remains. Terracin is not part of that. Or at the very least, her existence makes it significantly weaker. I don't know how it works, but...
Okay.
So, anyways, back in character. If this is true, and I believe it to be so, then I have even less reason to trust her.
Gee, who could have said that was a bad idea from the get-go?
Well, I would have at least considered her a worthy ally if she had, I don't know, listened to us and let us deal with the more immediate problems, but no. I cannot conceive of a world that is not bent to her will. Thankfully, we have our own choices to make. We don't have to do a damn thing that she says. Which is why I want to ask the Bastion if it knows of possible alternate solutions, ones that take us out of this forest, perhaps through Tycon.
Sula would say, you should decide if there's information you need to make a decision, let me know plainly now, and I will see what I can learn. Because the Bastion is planning to lead you to one location, although perhaps we can make several trips.
And didn't you say that received a sending stone message saying that the dwarves were already attacking?
Yeah, but I received 3 in a matter of, an hour or so?
Mm-hmm.
So either they weren't real or time was just fucked up there, and we have no idea regardless of the time passage in here, we have no idea what it's like out there.
Right. Well, based on where I think we are within the Vara Woods, we are closer to the western edge, which means we are closer to Tycon than we are to Eastbridge. Considering the Legion intentions, I don't think bringing them south to Arundel would be a wise decision.
Sula would say, Bastion's Hollow is geographically, to put it in the parlance of your people, at the center of the Varawood.
So straight shot either way. But that still means that we would have to go. If our path would lead us to the east, would you see my people safely out of the forest to the west?
She nods.
Then I look over to Red and the rest of the group. We can go to Eastbridge and meet back up with our people. We have a boat that can take us to across the sea back to Hannon, and can return Adney to her family, make sure everything is going fine and resolved there.
At this,
Crack a few heads if we need to.
Adney, you would see Adney actually take sort of like a deep inhale, and she tears up a little bit, and she seems just like very emotional at this.
Something tells me she's gonna go and argue with you on that one.
And then we could potentially meet back up with the Legion towards Tycon to assist them with that. I know it takes some time, but I think getting them out of this forest into a place that is slightly less hostile to their presence to recuperate would do them some good before a major push. Hmm. Wait, you can teleport 600 people?
Who?
No.
I thought teleportation circle, it takes
Seconds
everybody
is
that's
gonna
on the
be-
circle on that round. That's how it works.
6 seconds is an awful short period of time for everyone to make.
I think Critical Role already went through this with like transport via plants because it stays open for a round and there it's like 6 seconds. You can get like a couple people through.
Yeah, I was.
It's not in combat. It's logic.
Yeah, it's also true. Yeah, I don't know. Up to DM discretion. I know how I would rule it, but it's not my game.
Am I missing a chat or something?
Basically, it's the teleportation circle spell because it says it stays open until the end of your next turn after you finish casting it. And I'm like, can you realistically get 600 plus people through a portal in that amount of time?
Lucian, I had inadvertently turned your volume down. I'm sorry.
Oh, don't do that. I'm so quiet.
No, you were very quiet. I just heard mumbling. I'm sorry.
It is basically that. It's when you open up the teleportation circle, it stays open for an entire round, which is only 6 seconds. But in that time, there is no limit of how many people can go through it.
Mm-hmm.
You're right. 600 people might be a bit of a struggle, but at the same time, if everyone dashes, that's everyone within 60 feet.
Yeah, I don't know. I think it would honestly be easier because for them to get a march and go out of the forest and just, I don't know, camp out at like edge of the Griffith Forest, which is directly south of Tycon. That way, one, they can have a place that is fortifiable and relatively safe, and especially if there's that many people there, and then they can just bunker down and kind of recuperate a little bit, and then we can do what we need to do, and then come back to them, at some point, maybe go in and out through Provos. after getting to Eastbridge.
Adney would pipe up, and she would, her voice wavering a bit, she would say, Octavian, if you do return with Ren and I to save my home, I assume that our old alliance would stand. And if the time comes to retake Tychon, you would have whatever support I can give.
I appreciate that. But does not make promises when you don't a ledger of resources that you can offer.
There would be one condition.
Here we go.
We would need to discuss the matter of the military draft. And you would know, Octavian, that the Empire demanded troops from its client states, and one of those troops that was demanded was her brother, the prince, who gave his life defending Vanador.
Well, I am not emperor, so I cannot make that claim, but I like to think I have a good ear with our most likely candidate for that.
So Sula would also say, Octavian, if there is a message you'd like us to bring to Wolfhair, I'm happy to deliver it.
I first want to get a consensus from the
Don't
party
kill the
on
Dryad. That's a pretty good message to get to him.
That's already been taken care of.
Hopefully.
Yeah, hopefully. It was a little tense when we left there, but
Oh, yeah, but I mean, that was one of the things that Ren said when he captured Gabriel was, and Sula literally went and talked to him already, so I think that's taken care of.
Okay, cool. Then, all right. So, out of character. Here's what I think would be the most efficient use of our time if we're gonna be central to the Verwood, and if the Bastion is going to lead us in a direction. I think we let Sula and her people handle the prisoner exchange to Vanador. They get their Dryad back, they get Gabriel back for whatever worth that is to them, and then they cease truce, and they lead the Vanadori out to the west, and they park outside or at the edge of the forest that is to the south of Tychon. They can camp out there and wait for us, and while they're doing that and recuperating and everything like that, the Bastion leads us to Eastbridge, where our boat is. We go there, see what the fuck's happening there, solve any problems that we need to do, avoid Nere as much as possible, because I don't want to fight an archmage. As much as I want to, I don't actually want to. And then we can solve our stuff there, do some shopping, get some spell components for Lusan, whatever we gotta do, and then we can hop on the boat, get back to Hannon. Probably through Provost would be the easiest thing, and then we can just hop over. And once we finish everything there, Hannon, hop back, go to Gion, meet up with the Vanadori, whoever's coming along with that, and solve that leg of the journey.
So out of character, Ellis, we decided on where the 2 teleportation circles led, right?
Yeah, so you had been researching those as we discussed, yes.
Gotcha. So it would be... I don't know how to say this name, I'm sorry. Erishrine?
Erisserene.
Erisserene is one of the circles, and the other one is Tychon. Which, Erisserene is really close to Eastbridge.
Okay.
It's the magic school.
Gotcha.
So if we manage to get our hands on some kind of thing, we can just go straight to Erisbridge. Sorry.
Listen, Erisserene.
Erisserene.
Yes.
I'll get it eventually.
I thought it was a pretty name.
It is a very pretty name.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong. I just suck at names.
Right. Well, my thing is, if the Bastion can move straight to Eastbridge, then we don't need to cut through Era Serene anyways. And, likely Eastbridge is a big place. We can get your spell components there. And that's where our boat is anyways. We can take that.
I was wondering what's Octavian's connection to Hannon?
Well, it's because... Well, I gave my
He was a
word
soldier
that...
in hiding, I think.
Well, I gave my word that we would see Adney home. I promised her that, and I will intend to follow up on that. Plus, if we can get any other allies while we're there to help with the whole Tycon thing, that'd be cool. And the Emperor listens to me. I have a feeling I speak somewhat on his behalf in regards to the political thing, but cross that bridge when we get to it. And plus, I personally had a vested interest in seeing the abbot taken down, so I want to make sure that everything there is taken care of, and that he is actually dead, and that nothing fucky's happening. And if something is, I'm gonna start cracking heads.
I'm just confused by the priorities. I would be much more invested in his homeland.
I am, but at the same time, I'm also trying to think for the soldiers' well-being. They've been in here, a very hostile place, for like a month. They need a little bit of time to relax. And plus, again, I also don't want, as much as Octavian would want to prioritize his people. He knows that would be to the detriment of everything else that's going on. That honestly started before all of the revelations that he's had about his people. So in his eyes, those need to be taken care of first because I made those promises first. As much as I want to help my people, I'm a man. I like to think that I'm a man of my word, and I do what I can to follow up on all that. Plus, think of it this way too. We go back to Provost. There are some Mandatory refugees there and soldiers. Get them on it too. I'm also kind of thinking of to build allies because 600 men, that's pretty good, but they're tired and walking into a world that they don't understand anymore. So we're gonna need some other stuff to balance it out a little bit. So that's my thought. I mean, think of it this way. Icon's a ruined city. It's not going anywhere.
Yeah, it's been that way for over a decade.
I would know. Well, I think Lucan would know more than me, but yeah.
Yeah, and Versailles just found out, so...
At this moment in time, he wants to go and save Tycon, but isn't stupid enough to think that the half-baked army of the Emperor is going to do anything worth the damn.
Which is why I think we need to go with some allies, too. We got a couple of strings that we can pull on hand. Probably none in the Eastbridge, but we got a couple we can pull on Hannon.
Well, if we take over Eastbridge, they can't do anything about it.
Yeah, I don't know. We're good. I don't think we're that good, though.
Do we need to set more fire to more houses?
Yeah,
only if you're upfront about it. Don't double speak.
Sorry, Octavian knows all about Molotovs. We'll be all set. No worries.
Anyways, but yeah, that's what I think we should do. Does anybody have alternate things or what? Or am I overthinking things? Because I tend to do that.
We can always head. The only other thing I could think of is that we can head to the school, possibly pick up more allies or help in any sort of way.
More wizards
or sorcerers or warlocks.
Do you have Pole there?
I'm going to ask God on this one. I can't remember how we decided with the professor, with the doctor.
So, Lucan,
Yes.
you would have, as we discussed, learned some abilities, some different spells through a correspondence school with a certain doctor. You haven't seen it though, so you're not sure. Is it a big college or is it, like what is it?
Yeah.
You would folks from Halcyon would know that in Altair there certainly are magical academies. There's smaller schools, different places. You would know that in the capital of Starin, which is right in the middle, and I can show you a map after. There is the most exclusive academy. Cobra, similar to Brightwater a bit actually. It's very it's only for the upper class. Does that help, Lucan?
Yes. Sort of. Now that I think about it. So I would know the professor, the doctor, or not know him.
You have written back and forth with him for many
Okay.
many months, years. I'm not sure.
Okay, so I will. So the answer would be, I know somebody there.
Could be worth looking into, but that requires us getting out of the forest in the first place.
Or just finding some materials.
Surprised, Octavian. I would have thought you'd want to make for McGross there or something as quickly as possible.
I do, but I made promises before all of the revelations I have had, so I intend to follow through on those. Besides, a little soiree through the forest is one thing. A full-on war, I think, is a good place for someone who's still learning their way around a battlefield. Looking to Adney.
Well, she wouldn't have to go with you.
Right.
Is the point.
Right, and the point is also to get her as far away from that as possible. Get her back to her
Exactly.
mother, her family, and
You
all
go,
of that.
and we go to Eastbridge.
There we go, splitting the forces again.
Out of character. That sounds like a great idea, but I also don't think we should split the party across the continent.
Nah, we don't need each other. I'll go raise my necromantic army.
Out of character, that's kind of the point.
Hmm.
What are you talking about? You just need to follow along with us and pick them up as we go. We need to get you a bigger bag, though.
Yeah. Or just another one.
I was gonna say yeah, or 4.
God, that'd be so fucking terrifying. I think at that point, I would just have several bags of just full of undead, and then when it's time to attack, I would no longer have control of them, but they'd still remain undead. Turn invisible, then turn them all inside out, and then just walk away.
How long does Arcane Gate take to cast?
Arcane Gate?
That's 6th level too, though. I don't think
Or no, wait. Which was you picked up teleport?
teleportation circle. It takes a minute to cast.
Takes a minute to cast in one turn. Arcane Gate is an action.
Mm-hmm.
Well, then
But
you
you
need
can-
to learn that one.
Yeah.
And then you can just go and have them hiding away somewhere, and you just open a gate.
I'm gonna have to talk to God about that one, but I definitely could set something like that up.
I mean, if we're
So-
gonna go full on, worldwide warfare, I'm sure we'd be okay.
I just have to pick up oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna ask. So Cobra, your idea is to have everybody else go with the Eastbridge plan, and then have Octavian go with the Vanadors.
No, the plan is what Ren had talked to Adney about was Ren and Adney go back to Hannon and you guys deal with whatever's going on here.
Oh, okay.
But you want to go back to Hannon, so it's fine.
Yeah. Well, I mean, one, I think as a player, it'd be cool to touch up on all of that, and two, it's like, I don't know. I just think it makes the most sense to do. Plus, chance if Ren is really gonna leave after all of that, and chance to actually say goodbye.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I'm sure he wouldn't care, but Octavian would.
Got it. I'll pick up move Earth.
That would
I'll
not.
move like a massive cave under the ground and just fill it to the brim with undead.
It's just
I'm okay with this.
It's a 2-hour duration, takes 1 turn to action, and I can move anything in pretty much any area. And the entire this hollowed out massive cave with no entrance would be filled to the brim with skeletons and zombies.
nice.
And then just
Um,
arcane gate, and all of them just come flooding out.
DIY demi-plane.
Basically.
Good night.
Okay. Well. Oh no! Who died? Oh.
But no.
She said good night. And
Oh. I
Yeah.
did not see. Oh, that down there. I was on a different tab. I was looking at the world map. Okay. Well, if we are in agreement, then I think we have our answers. We have our course of action. We have a secondary question in terms of whatever foul things are happening. Perhaps alternate solutions can be found that can be worked on along the way. You there, Alice?
Yes, Sula would say. Very well. I will let your wishes be known that you will return to Altair, and we will leave the curator's errand. We will leave it be.
I think that will be for the best. Will you be seeing us to the Bastion, or is it where we part ways?
I will see you there.
Okay. Good. That'll give me some time to think about, because I do want her to give a message to the Vanadori, because I don't think we're seeing them again in a bit.
Certainly. You would get the impression from other things that with her ability, she can traverse more quickly than you'd think.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yes.
So yeah, they can facilitate that very quickly.
Excellent.
Imagine that he'd use that as like a nuke plan. Using just Arcane Gate. Just pulls up Arcane Gate and then just floods the area with undead. It's like, I'm done with this place.
Cake died.
Yeah.
Like flies.
I mean, people have done it before.
Yeah, it's about that time. Well, we did it. I thought we were going to get to the Bastion. But we didn't get there just yet.
Oh, jeez, I didn't realize it got so late.
Yeah.
I'm
I think
still wide awake, and I haven't drank any caffeine yet.
Yet.
You're getting your second wind.
Yeah.
Oh boy. That was an interesting fight too. That's a very weird creature.
So, Ellis, now that it's dead, what the fuck was that?
He said what it was.
Did
It
he?
was
Jabberwock.
Yep, it was a Jabberwock.
Oh, those are legit creatures. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
It's they were in Wild Beyond the Witchlight.
Well, that
And-
makes sense.
I didn't know if anybody was like an Alice in Wonderland fan, because like when I did the
I
intro,
kind of panicked when you did that.
I'm a fan of it, but I don't think I've ever seen it depicted like that.
yeah, well, yeah, that's from the source book. The art. I actually searched for a better picture.
Through the
but
looking glass.
yeah, I couldn't find one I liked better.
Oh no, you meant that one. Yeah, that'd be kind of. What the fuck is this?
But you know, when I did the intro to the creature,
Welcome back, Cake.
I
Sorry, I didn't mean to leave. My
Okay,
phone has my mobile hotspot because I don't have any internet out here.
oh
So when my phone died, everything died.
oh yeah, that'll do it.
Oh,
Oof.
So I'm mad.
Are you still at the fair there?
Yeah, I've still been at the fair like this whole
Oh,
time.
damn.
It's been fun.
That's a long ass fucking fair. Or am I just like insane and think that fairs only last like, I don't know, 2-3 weeks or something.
No,
That's
this
how long
fair
that
is like a
one-
month.
Really? Damn.
Yeah, this fair's a month.
So, Alice, I know you modified the creature a little
Yeah.
bit, but now that I have its stat block up,
Yeah.
how'd you work out the regeneration thing?
Yeah. So
It's on there.
yeah, the regeneration's on there. I was gonna originally go with the slashing damage, but then I realized that you're using the hilt, which is only force damage, and we didn't really like tease that or build up to that at all. So it was I didn't think it fit, so we just went with the single.
Plus, I cut the fucking thing head off. So.
Yeah, the single regen. Yeah.
Trolls.
Okay.
Trolls, man.
Yeah, I was trying not to pull punches. I didn't want to kill everybody, but I was trying to. I
No,
thought
that was good. It's just the thing that I have learned, especially with creatures that can fly a lot, just personally, like, have them risk the opportunity attacks. Like, if they're very mobile and can move around and whatnot, you can risk the opportunity attacks.
Sure.
And if you have a very damage heavy party, just bump up their hit points a bit before you finalize the token or anything like that.
Yeah.
Like I for like the final battle that I did for my Sunday games, they fought the Storm King, who's basically a heavily modified Storm Giant Quintessent, and he had like 600 hit points.
Wow.
And he had multiple phases, so like he had like 600 hit points. Once they dropped him to 0, he had a mythic trait that activated. He then regained 250 hit points, but then dispersed to the storm that surrounds his lair. And then he split the party magically. One group was inside this like wind dome that they couldn't get out of, and they had to fight these like. Each group had to fight these like elemental aspects of himself, because he's like approaching a demigod level, so he's able to like create avatars, like kind of makeshift ones. And so they had to do that, and each of those had like 150 hit points, and then he came back down and was very aggressive. Like before, he was kind of like flying around and like throwing air blasts and like calling lightning down on top of people. This time, he pulled out the lightning sword and just went to town on people. He was doing his best to like separate people with his lair actions. He got very aggressive, and I gave him, and Storm Giants can move like 50 feet around, and Quintessent can fly
Right.
at the same speed. So he took a few opportunity hits, but it really shook up things when they don't stand still. So I mean, that's
did that with the Demogorgon when I did it for my Out of the Abyss. I doubled its HP. The barbarian hacked off its legs.
Yeah, I mean the finale of Resurgence, like we literally just fought Baphomet with like some slightly adjusted stats, like like his damage or whatever.
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah, like he pretty much adjusted his damage and his to hit and to make it reasonable for that level. But other than that, his hit points are unchanged.
Me and Vorm took on Tiamat in her full power.
Oh boy.
Yeah, we in the original thing, we had stopped the ritual. We stopped the whole thing because we killed enough people. The DM comes back and says, "Look, I got this token and I got all this stuff. Do you guys want to take her on anyways?" We came back the next session, took her on at full fucking power, got destroyed. I did. Oh my god, how much damage did I do, Vorm?
I have no fucking idea.
I think I did somewhere around like
Fun.
400 damage a turn. And it was not fucking killing her. So we discovered this thing about Magic Missile. Magic Missile says that you only roll one dice and it happens 4 times. Or 3 times.
Yeah, it applies to all of the.
Yeah.
So when you're an evocation wizard, you add your intelligence modifier to your evocation spells. So you add +5 to all your magic missile darts.
Wow.
Yeah.
It's 3 instances
Of the same roll. And I dealt I think it was like, and I also had a simulacrum.
Oh god.
So in one turn, with me and my simulacrum, we did like 400 fucking damage, and then she just turned around and bat me aside. Well, no, turn around, bat Vorm aside as he tried his damnedest to go and kill her, to even get close. That was the funniest fucking thing. We had our two fighters charging her at full fucking speed. She would just turn around and smack them, and they die. And then someone would pick them back up and then charge back again and fucking die.
Wow.
They did nothing. They were trying so hard.
Hey man, when you fight a god, you know, it only goes one way.
Yeah. But we did win. The DM pulled out some like cool things. Like the army showed up. Some of the dragons that we got on our side sacrificed themselves to give us the chance. A lot of the leaders were like dying left and right to give us more chances. It was a really good ending.
Yeah.
When I played Out of the Abyss as a player, I called the Demogorgon a bitch and Power Word killed it. That felt so fucking good, and it pissed off every single goddamn player. Because he said the final word should not have been bitch.
I don't know.
He's like, "Can I revivify the Demogorgon?" It's like, it doesn't work like that. It's literally goo.
Yeah, I was just thinking about what you said, Justin.
Yeah.
I'm just thinking back and I mean, so this thing, it's got a flight speed of 60, which is pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
I was thinking about that. I feel like he was focused on Octavian. Once Octavian got in his face, he was focused on getting Octavian down.
Yeah.
And then I remember like things were going kind of badly for a while, and then
Yeah, because we couldn't hit anything.
yeah, and then and then everybody started rolling like 27s, and then it just like the damage piled on.
Yeah.
And then when it regenerated, it was trying to fly, and then he did the big sword hook.
Yeah, and the whole reason I chose Sentinel happened.
Yeah.
I mean, to be fair, I'm looking at this thing's stat block, and the fact that its wing attack doesn't allow it to then take off like other dragons is kind of weird.
Yeah.
It's not a dragon.
No, it is a dragon.
Oh, it is?
It has the creature type dragon. It is huge dragon, typically chaotic evil.
And
wow, that's weird.
I did adjust how the burbling works. I figured like once you save, you've saved, right? Which I've seen with other creatures. I think that's a little more fair. And then it doesn't say like where it says like the creature either makes a melee attack or if it can see or does nothing if no visible. I don't know. I guess I'm reading it now. It's a little different, but I didn't like see where it said you lose your movement specifically. If it says it does nothing, yeah. But,
yeah, if it does nothing, it just means that you pass your turn, basically.
Yeah, I don't know. It didn't seem fun to have B just sit there for 3-4 rounds. Do you know what I mean? I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I think that kind of, I don't know. It makes the it's supposed to make the encounter more puzzle. The problem is you have a lot of really strong melee people.
Yeah.
And with a 30-foot radius, that's like almost impossible to get close unless you're like and it doesn't even. Let's see. Hold on. I'm able to hear it. So unless like you drop silence on it, that's the only way that you can get around it.
I will say that you did handle it quite well, even with that, because as soon as you pulled up the red caps, all of our attention split.
Yeah.
Sure. Well, and I'll tell you. Yeah.
Go ahead.
No. I was just gonna say I originally had 10 of them, and I'm like that might be
10 red caps.
That might have killed more people.
And work if they were if they did like if they were like little like jobber dudes, like jobber fae type.
No,
dudes
they hit hard.
Do, like yeah, like if they had like they hit like goblins. If you had something like that would have worked. No, those like red caps hit really fucking hard.
If they can hit, that's the only problem.
Yeah, that's the thing. Well, That's the thing with them.
I mean, honestly, you guys remember probably better than I do, but like there was a couple moments where like if things went a little differently, Octavian or Garwin didn't make it. I mean,
Yeah,
a little sideways.
absolutely. If I wasn't invisible, there was a lot of things of what was going to happen. I did have a different plan before Cobra killed it, which was I was going to use Mind Sliver, and if it failed again, I was going to figure it was going to move somewhere else to go attack someone else. So it'd give them an extra turn not to be attacked, as I wouldn't go and picked you up.
Mm-hmm.
I wasn't sure how much health it had, nor did I expect it to get back up again.
Yeah.
I think you handled it well, regardless of this, that, the other. You knocked down 2 party members, which is not an easy thing to do.
Yeah. So since most of the vigilantes group here, I'm doing a lot of prep work for the return of my other campaign, and doing that again. I am still really far off from having it totally done because I want it to be short, so I want to have like as much of it mapped out as possible. That way I don't have to like, if I have to improv something, it's because you're doing something super unexpected. But I mean, if Lucan or if Fox wants to, did you want to hop in on that, even if it's only like, I don't know, at the most 8 sessions? Or
what day?
I mean, well, I have to plan it, but this
We're
is like
always on
further
Fridays.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
assuming
then yeah, I'd be down for it.
Yeah, is everybody else okay with that?
Yeah, I'm fine with it.
I can make a bard.
We
Wait,
already
no.
have a bard. We actually have 2 bards. We have 1.5 bards.
I'm already playing a bard in Curse of Strahd. I'll
Yeah.
play something else.
Yeah, so we have a Kansai monk from Cobra. We have
I might want to play something else. I'm so fucking sick of playing a monk. It's
Understandable. You played something over and over again. It's like, I like this, but no.
Okay. I mean, if you want to retool Madcap as something, or the Gentleman as something else, that's perfectly fine. Like, I extended it to Vorm a few days ago. Or like, hey, you want to retool anything about your character, change around some feats, spells, invocations, or even your level distribution, it's perfectly fine. We'll also have some chances to do like some equipment upgrades and stuff. So, plus you have 3 years, and like with the amount of work that you did and the amount of levels you gained throughout Vigilantes proper, if you want to change up your skill set, that is, but keep the same character, that's perfectly possible. No? Okay.
That doesn't make sense.
I mean, yeah, if that's not what you want to do, but then for whatever you want to do again, then we'll just have to talk as we get a bit closer to it. But yeah, so I'm pretty sure Jess is going to bring back Pigeon Man for it, though they're a thief rogue bard combo. I forget which kind of bard they are. I think swords, I think, is what they're going with.
There's a class that there's like a multi-class that I've always wanted to make, but it only works in a campaign that's more about like spying and espionage and like sneaky killing, which is
which would have been really good for the first part of Vigilantes, but this sort of like mini thing, probably not.
It was assassin rogue and shadow bard.
Ooh, wait, shadow bard? What's shadow bard?
Or whisper
Shadow
bard.
monk?
Sorry, no,
Oh, whisper bard.
whisper.
Yeah. Oh yeah, whisper bard.
So it's like you kill someone and then you steal their shadow and become them.
Yeah.
That's my class in that one.
Yeah, that's pretty much what Ellis plays. Ellis got the how do you want to do this on the final boss. So. You got a lot of how do you want to do this on enemies, surprisingly.
Fox,
Hi.
The College of Whispers bard has been probably the most fun I've had playing like a character in a while.
I love the way that it looks, but I feel like it's such a selective thing.
Well, because for Vigilantes, it's a very social urban campaign, so it worked pretty well.
Then that's perfect.
Yeah.
Oh my god, that's perfect. Then you'd want to play something like a mastermind rogue.
Yeah, she ended up being like the spy master for the counselor or the
Marquis.
Marquis, yeah.
Yeah, we got to come up with what your title is for that, because you would
Yeah.
have like an official like position.
Yeah.
Spy master.
Yeah. Well, Spy Master, I don't know. Spy Master, it's like that is definitely what it is, but it's really boring when you say it.
I don't know if I'd agree with that one. I think spy master sounds pretty cool.
I mean, also like the head of the guard that's called the Commandant, which I think is a really cool.
What about
like,
Master of
title.
Whispers?
What?
Master of Whispers. It's from Guild
That's a
Wars.
good one.
That's not
Yeah.
bad. I was just looking at. I was looking at what Littlefinger's title was, and he was the Master of Coin. So Master of Whispers, I like.
Yeah. We do
That's
that.
a good one. Yeah.
Master of Whispers. Yeah, I'll put a pin in that one.
What was Varys' title? Because he was the spy dude.
Yeah, I call him the Spider. What was his?
Yeah.
He was called the Spider. But I think he was.
Master of Whispers. Oh shit, that was
Yeah,
just
he is the
straight up.
Master of Whispers. Okay.
Well, you know.
Oh, is he called?
Hmm.
Oh wait, Master of Whisperers.
Master of Whisperers. Okay.
Yeah, that doesn't roll off the tongue quite at the same.
No.
They
Master
never.
Whisper sounds so much better.
Yeah, they never called him that I remember. I don't know.
I don't think we talked to him much. So
Yeah.
But he did eventually, like halfway through the series, kind of fuck off to the other side of the world for a while.
Yeah, they ruined him, and we could talk all day.
Yeah. Yeah, and then we have Cake is playing a paladin.
Mm-hmm.
And
The lantern.
probably the best fucking paladin ever.
yeah. Despite everything, he did a good job. And then Worm is like a unarmed
fighter warlock.
Celestial warlock.
Yes. Yes.
Quick question: How far into the future is this supposed to be set again?
3 years. Roughly.
Okay, good. I was hoping that it was at least a few years. Good.
Yeah. So, like the. Oh, go ahead.
Do you think that Brad would mind if I played Manny?
I don't know on that one. Maybe.
I could probably think of possibly doing something like that. So
It'd be interesting.
yeah, but I'd have to really get like a whole lot of things. So you said it's like a social thing. Do you people have like roles and everything like that, right? You have titles. You're the Master of Whispers and all that stuff.
I mean, a lot of them do now. So, Ella's character ended up being offered a position as basically the spy master, subservient to the head of the city. That way, because a lot of what was happening was a lot of, political corruption. There was a lot of corruption at the head, so he wanted somebody who can kind of sift through all of that stuff, who doesn't have a vested interest in, in anything within the city itself.
So the character that I was speaking of was actually from a friend of mine who is strong